I'm guessing I'm live. My title and name is Lord Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate. Google, even though there's nobody here, will probably shut me down, but I have a rant. I'm a musician. If you've noticed, I haven't put out anything in over a year. Really, I haven't put out anything since COVID. That's because I'm working way too hard. It is 2 o'clock in the morning, I think. Somewhere about there. I think I've had 2 hours sleep in the last 2 days. And I finished a moving job today and thought, you know what? I'm going to go home, relax, have a great time, sleep. For some reason, I thought I better go look at my business profile because we haven't been getting that many calls. Guess what? It's gone. Absolutely gone since they changed maps out. You need to get re-verified. Got re-verified, got turned off. Got re-verified, got turned off. Got re-verified, got turned off. Was told that we needed to be a service area style business, so we shut off the address and continued fine for a couple of days. Went on today. Couldn't find me anywhere. Nowhere. Robin Aerial Transport doesn't fucking exist. Well, why is that? Well, because Google is obviously going after small business. If we're not spending money and paying Google, they don't give a crap. I live in Kamloops, British Columbia. They had me 358 miles out in the bush. That's where Google placed our business. Then, when I called them and actually talked to somebody on Google Maps, they said, "Oh, it has to do with relevancy, Mr. Holgate." Relevancy. In other words, how close you are to the business and people who are going to be looking for you. Where's our service area? Kamloops, British Columbia. Where do they have me? In the fucking bush, 358 miles in the middle of fucking nowhere. 10 years. Started this business in 2013. Google has fucking shut us down in the name of providing transparency and ensuring that everybody's got a level playing field. Bullshit. I live in Kamloops, British Columbia. We have 105,000 people. That's it. 105,000 people. Out of that 105,000 people, I can name off every fucking moving company that works here. And I know most of the operators by name. And their character. And whether they're honest and hardworking or dishonest and terrible. And all I have to do is look at reviews. But our reviews are jumping in the last month. From like 15 to 23, I think. And all of a sudden, boom, we got shut down. And we're not actually even shut down. They just shoved us out 358 miles away from where we're based. So when you look up Robin Aerial Transport, you get a bush 358 miles away. Middle goddamn nowhere. That relegates us to the bottom of the fucking pile. Then, when you bitch at them, they say you need to be re-verified and turn off all your pictures and all your information. Fuck Google. Goddamn had it with them. This is Canada. This is the new world that you're all living in. Hire an SEO. Hire a digital company. Hire Google. Pay Google $600 and they'll give you $600 worth of advertising. I've been doing this for 10 years. I used to have time to do music. I used to have time to do stuff. Unbelievable. But that's what they're doing. They're shutting us all down. I'm going to see if there's any way. I guess there isn't. I don't know how I would do it from here. How I could find. If anybody wants to put in their 2 cents worth, you're welcome to. I'm talking about Google business profiles. And the more I've researched, the more I've learned that it's happening everywhere. And they're just picking a business and just destroying it. Absolutely destroying it. Where do they fucking want me? On the goddamn street? You know? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. What do they want? I now have, I don't even know how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 open case files with Google in regards to business profile. People, companies with a 2-star rating and like 2 frickin' reviews are now at the top of the board. Go figure on that one. 3 companies are vying for the top positions. And yes, they have SEOs, and yes, they're putting out the money, and yes, they have deep pockets. So for probably the past year, I haven't been in the top 3, but I've been in the top 5 consistently. 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 8, 5, 4. You know, the odd time I've hit 3. But it's become so competitive now that individual companies are also being targeted by their competitors. Google says, oh, in the name of providing safety and providing and ensuring that we have the proper information for everybody, we're going to allow anybody that wants to report. It's obvious that we've been reported and reported and reported and reported. But even when you follow every guideline and do everything that they tell you to do, and they re-verify you, you turn around and they stuck you 358 miles away from your location of work, making you not relevant to the moving industry in Kamloops, British Columbia, or any major town in BC for that matter. I mean, Google it. Robin Aerial Transport. Take a look. Where am I? 358 miles from Kamloops on a mountain in the middle of nowhere. There's no towns around. There's nothing. That's where Google placed us. So am I pissed? Yeah. Fuck Google. They want to shut down my profiles. As a matter of fact, if I could walk away, I would. Except that that's my livelihood. There's no money in the music industry either. You tell me anybody that you know that's making money in the music industry. If you're posting or anything like that, or you got to have millions of views. Millions. I'm actually surprised there's like 5 or 6 people here. If you guys got anything to say, who am I? Okay, I'm going to answer something. Okay, who am I? I am Robin, Ariel, Ross St. Clair Holgate. My title is Lord. But that has nothing to do with my business. That has nothing to do with my music. I'm a musician, so I also have a YouTube channel, Robin, Ariel, Ross St. Clair Holgate, or Lord Holgate, I believe. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not very good at computers. I'm not very good at this technology. And as they change the technology, it's getting worse and worse. Like I said, why the hell would they stick a professional company that has been doing this for over 10 years 358 miles away, unless they don't want them getting calls, unless they want to actually hurt them financially? And that's the only reason I can think of. So are we being targeted? Absolutely. So you know what? Fuck YouTube and fuck Google, because they own it. They'll probably shut me down. They'll probably turn off my channel. You know what? I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm done. I wrote a book a few years back called Pray or Pray, courtesy of the United States government. And it were some wonderful pictures. And you go, oh, well, this guy's crazy. No, turn on your Discovery Channel. Turn on your History Channel. Turn on, what is it? Ancient Aliens, Skinwalker Ranch, Josh Gates, whatever his name is, the guy that travels all over the world. And what do you get? Aliens. Extraterrestrials. So, are they bringing it mainstream? Absolutely. Absolutely. 30 years ago, we had chat rooms. 20 years ago, we were talking to people, showing them pictures, discussing it. If you remember back, well, is it 15, 20? It's got to be at least 20 years, right when the internet was starting. We had free, once you got past the, got into actual chat rooms and things like that. And I think that was in the 90s. They were wide open. People were discussing it. Government realized that this was a bad idea and shut them all down. What was it? Yahoo Chats or Google Chats, or there was all kinds of different open chat rooms that people could go in. We had one called Knowledge, Life, and Aliens. We spent more time dealing with the harassers and attackers than we did discussing ET. But this book I was talking to you about, it's not available anymore, so I'm not selling anything. There's over 1,500 copies worldwide. In that book are some pretty interesting photos. I show them to friends, and I guess one of my subcontractors came over today, and he's like, "Hey, Robin." I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "Brian, I've only had a couple hours sleep. What? I don't know. Last couple nights have been really, really difficult to get any sleep." And he said, "I had a dream." I said, "Yeah, okay. What was the dream about?" And he said, aliens. And I said, "Okay." He says, "Yeah, they were molesting me." And I'm like, just laughing. I mean, it was kind of funny. But when you really think about it, is it? He'd seen the pictures. I mean, I don't know what he watches on TV, but the more you place something into your mind, the easier it is to become susceptible in dreams and so on and so forth. So, I got a good chuckle out of that, but yeah, who knows? All the stuff that they talked about before, it's the same thing. So, Google screws up our business profile after 10 years with a solid rating, 23 5-star ratings and reviews, all answerable. And every one of them, if I look at the review, I can look up and go, oh yeah, I remember that one. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Why? Because I went and did it. It's what I told Google today. Look at my fucking reviews. Read them. You would have to be there in order to know. You know these are real reviews. These aren't fucking. This isn't 147 reviews that a company that just walked in 5 months ago has, which of course is automated SEO crap. How they get away with it, don't know. Google maintains that they're all legit. Sure they are. Absolutely. Generic AI pictures. Sure. 100%. Every one of our pictures are real. Every one of our reviews are real. 358 miles from Kamloops in the middle of nowhere. That's our location. So says Google. I am so pissed at Google right now. I really don't care if they shut down everything because I hate the internet. I hated it years back when we had our chat room and people harassed me. And I hate it now in trying to do business, trying to survive. And all of this, really majorly, shift change since what, COVID? 2020. It started shifting big time. And you all think we're in big trouble, guys. All of North America is going conservative in the very near future. They've already started changing the laws. I mean, we still got liberal governments, and they're changing the laws to be conservative. So you know we're going to have conservative government. As a matter of fact, for the first time, BC had an election, and it took them, well, they're still counting. As far as I know, there isn't any result yet. A week later. I remember when election was on TV, it was decided the same day as the election. I don't understand any of it anymore. Except that we're being toyed with, played with, and manipulated. And they're using fear and intimidation to control the population. Are they going to like me? No. But like I said, check it out. Google Robin Aerial Transport. Actually, I don't know what the hell you'll find now. Because like I said, our location is 358 miles in the middle of goddamn nowhere. And yet, all Google had to do was take a look at all the you know, other stuff that gets attached to your Google profile over time, right? The longer you are in business, the more places you show up, the more reviews you get from other places like Yelp. I mean, I'm not a techie guy. I don't go and add in all these things and claim all these different places because I can't be bothered. Google was our main go-to, and now they can go fuck themselves because I want nothing to do with them. So, you're in White Rock, BC. I grew up in North Vancouver, British Columbia. Yep. Support you in what way? Name what in alphabetical order. Is there anybody still here? Type, guys, type. Do something. Yeah, I'm just, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm devastated because this is really going to hammer us financially. And when I did the research and started looking into other companies in the States as well, it's not just in Canada. People that have been in business 10 years, like I started in 2013. I moved from the US up to Canada in 2013. Started by accident, got into the moving trade, you know, needed money and just kind of fell into it. And we've just recently had to go through consumer proposal because things were pretty tough. They were just picking up and we get nailed again. You know, I don't understand what's happening or what they want to do or why they're doing it. You know, if you got a 2-star review, why are you even on the Google profiles? If your address isn't even where you're supposed to be. Like, if they're going to do this to me, they should do it to everybody. There's only like, well, when I moved here in 2013, there was only like 6. There was Pioneer Moving. They've been here 20 some odd years, maybe 30, 40. They've been here a long time. Pioneer Moving, Easy Moving, Lightning Moving, and a few small guys. Gary, I won't give you a last name. And another, a couple of small guys like that. And that's where I started out, with one truck and you word of mouth, and just I did better word of mouth than we have since COVID. I mean, because this COVID thing, we did really well actually during COVID. We made a lot of money. And then after COVID, everything swung the other way and started getting harder and harder and harder, and financially. And now I don't know what's going on. Google went from Google My Business to Map Profile or something, and it's just totally trashed us. So if you guys got any other questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. You know, it is 2 o'clock in the morning. I wish I could get up some of those pictures. Is there any way I can go from here and pull them up? And guess not, huh? You need 2 phones for that. Let's see what else we can do. I don't know. My channel is also, well, it was mostly music. I've got 3 albums from a long time ago, a lot of years. I'm an author. I have a title through inheritance. My son will inherit the title. Not that it'll do us any good. Basically, about as broke as we can. And technically, as long as he's in the United States, he won't be able to hold a title anyways. Americans are not allowed to hold titles. Period. Although we are dual citizens, so I guess that works okay. Anybody else got any? Do you guys got anything to say? I mean, I wish I had a way of showing you some of this stuff, but I don't know really how I can do it without you guys actually just searching, Googling Robin Aerial Transport or Robin Ariel and coming up with whatever. And I don't know what else I can say except that Google is a total fucking mess. I hate to say it because I am not racist in any way, shape, or form. Has nothing to do with ethnicity. But if you're in India, how do you know anything about Canada? So you have a Google person working in India telling you that what you're doing is wrong. Huh. With no idea the laws or so on and so forth. So I'll show you something here. This is our business license. There we go. Right there. There's our business license. And as you can see, there's a few of them under here. So we've been around for a while. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This down here is let's back off. See if we can get this to work. It's your National Safety Certificate. So that is for transportation, insurance, and business registration. So, we've been doing this for a long time. And for Google to I mean, I don't even know. You 5 cases going, and we're still, every time that they unverify you, it knocks off all your images. It makes it so you're non-locatable. So even if you were locatable and you were showing up, so this afternoon, before they unverified me again, when I looked, our business location was 358 miles north, east, I don't know, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. So they, in doing so, they're destroying lives, they're destroying businesses, they're destroying people. And this is Google. Same people running YouTube, same people running your profiles, same people, you know. It's becoming so that it's only Google, Microsoft, so on and so forth. One of the, yeah, I don't know what to say. I really don't. So maybe I'll do another live feed somewhere down the road, and maybe we'll do some music or something. But I was going to take the day off, and that ain't going to work. You know, I've been up almost 24 hours because of this. So you can't eat, you can't sleep, and all you can look at is your finances and go, well, where the fuck's the work going to come from? You know, people used to just walk up to you on the street and go, hey, how much is it to move? You know, now everybody sits at home. And almost everybody Googles. 90% of your income, your leads come through Google. They Google moving Kamloops or movers in Kamloops or movers in British Columbia, or, you know, movers that go to Kamloops, things like that. And that's where we got all our work. So what else can I do on this thing? I'm just looking to see what I... Okay, well, you guys were writing and now you're not. Young Vibin, name them in alphabetical order. Name what in alphabetical order? Have we been turned off? Can you hear me or no? I'm guessing no. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not hearing anything. I have no idea what's going on. I'm going to share to my newsfeed on Facebook and just see if any... Okie dokie, that's done. Why don't you tell me something about you guys? Are you guys musicians? Or are you guys business owners? What do you all do? We have one person that lives in White Rock, BC, and that's an awesome place with the big white rock. Play a little. I don't know what else to say. I'm just so pissed off at Google and their mess, and the fact that they don't understand a word you're saying. And they could care less. They really can. So if they don't care about me, why should I care about them? You know, many years ago when I ran our chat rooms about knowledge, life, and aliens, and I was in the process of writing the book and stuff like that. I lost my train of thought. That's great. So that's what happens when you go like 24 hours without sleep. A couple of years ago we were hauling out to Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, and then the laws changed. You needed interprovincial permits and all of that, and then the ELDs came in, electronic logging devices, and blah 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 blah, and we just said, nah, we're done with that. We're just staying in BC. So, and now in probably the last 6 months, as far out as we've been, is Kelowna. Last year we did Prince George a few times, and Vancouver. What else can you do on this thing? Can you... Oh, look at that. I think I screwed this up because I have no way to get back. Oh, I see, okay. Anyways, if there's nobody here, nobody's going to talk, because I did get you guys talking there for a bit. Who are you? I live in White Rock, BC. You're good. Please support me. Name them in alphabetical order, and then poof, nothing. So, anyways, check out my channel. Check out Robin Ariel Transport if it's even possible anymore. And I'm going to just call it a day. And I ranted, and I'll probably rant at the next Google operator that calls me too. And they probably don't understand a word I'm saying. The guy I had today probably didn't understand half of what I was saying. Didn't have a clue. He sent me a list. Here's how you can move up the ratings. No, I can't move up the ratings if I'm 358 miles out in the fucking bush somewhere. I'm not relevant to Kamloops. I'm not relevant to Vancouver. I'm not relevant to Kelowna. I'm not relevant to Vernon. I'm not relevant to anything. Fucking assholes. Relevancy. But they want to make sure that the information on Google is correct. Bald-faced fucking lies. They're just going to shut us all down one at a time. Don't believe me? Just Google. Is Google trying to shut down small business? You get all kinds of neat responses to that. The answer, as far as I'm concerned, is hell yeah. Because our economics are changing. A small business is actually $1 million or more. So when I talk small business, I'm talking under $1 million gross a year. So I'm talking about the guys that are maybe making $200,000 a year, or $50,000 a year, like we were. So, at that we're small potatoes. We shouldn't have hurt anybody. It shouldn't have been, I mean, it's pretty easy to go and look at a profile and say, oh, this isn't a real profile. If I can tell the difference between a real profile and a non-real profile, then the experts at Google can't. Unbelievable. When you do something, what was it that I did the other day? I did something, and the first thing it asked is, how much AI are you using? They wanted to know the percentage of AI that was in the video or in the picture or whatever the hell I was doing. I don't remember. But they wanted to know uh, the amount of AI. None. I don't believe in it. And all the pictures that are in my book and that I actually have on my phone now are 35 millimeter. Old school. It was all taken with film. So in other words, it's non-manipulative. Right? And that is the greatest proof. When you're looking at AI, you can't tell the difference. Oh, look, it's an alien. Really? And then the experts get in there and they peel away the layers and go, oh yeah, it's a guy with a mask on or whatever, right? You can't do that with 35 millimeter. You can tell the difference. Can't manipulate it, at least not as far as I'm aware of being able to manipulate. So if you have the hard print of this stuff, then either the camera saw what the camera saw. It's as simple as that. That's all I can say. The camera saw what the camera saw. And I sit back and I watch, the investigation. What is it? The one that's not Skinwalker Ranch, but it's affiliated with Skinwalker Ranch. So in other words, it's, they're going out to other places to investigate. And all the stuff that they're investigating, it's already been done. Orbs, energy fields, telepathy. The one thing that they haven't reached yet, though, is the fact that extraterrestrials actually do exist. Sentient, intelligent beings. Absolutely. And how do you know? Well, because you saw them. You can't... Most people don't believe crap until they see it with their own eyes. Once they see it with their own eyes, they're like, okay. That changes your reality. It changes everything about you. But I'm tired of just trying to survive, just trying to oh, we're in trouble. The next 4, 5, 10 years is not going to be good. And if we go into this depression that they're talking about in the 30s, we're going to be screwed. Because we're in a recession now. I wish I could pick up a guitar, Usually that's what I do when I run out of words or run out of a subject. But I live in an apartment. And it probably wouldn't be a good idea. Probably not. There's one there. There's one there. There's a couple over there. I almost collect them. Ran across a guy, moving job that we did yesterday, not the day before. I think we're going to get together. He's a drummer. And he plays guitar, so it's going to be, I'm hoping we can get together and maybe do some collabs or something, do something together. Who's here? Anybody here? How does this thing work anyways? Because I can't seem to be able to do anything with it. It's showing 2 people. I don't know which 2. And I'm guessing I'm frozen. So I'm just going to disconnect. This happens every time. And here's another thing. This happens every time. If I go live, I get 5 or 6 people, and then it jams up, stops. Nobody talks. Nobody says anything. And that's the end of it. And targeted individual. You might want to look that up. Gang stalking. You might want to look that up. Those that opened their mouths, those that spoke the truth, and I've been, we're talking, this is going back 20 years. This is going back 30 years. Actually, it goes back to basically the age of 16. Goes back to the day I got my driver's license and the freedom that went with it. I know there's only 2 people here. I don't even know if you can hear me. So I'm just going to call it a day. And maybe we'll shut down and restart. How do you even turn this thing off? Oh my God. I don't know nothing. Okay. I'm Lord Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate. Check out my site. Check out my Facebook. Check out Robin Aerial Transport. Oh, I am. Oh, cool. Okay. I have such a hard time figuring any of this out. And where we started, Leandre Jones? Close enough, right? Lahandre? So I started out with a rant about Google profiles, business profiles, and how they appear to be trying to knock small business, and I'm talking small business under 500,000 a year. Just knock them all out. Unless you want to fork out the money for the advertising and that kind of stuff, which most small business, I mean, 50 to 100,000 if you're a really small business, if you're just doing your own work, you got a couple of trucks, you're making just enough to pay the bills and survive. And those are the ones they seem to be going after. Because when I started doing my research after they verified, unverified, verified, unverified, verified, unverified, finally got it all sorted out, so they said, and shoved me 358 miles in the middle of nowhere. And then said, oh, the reason that you are no longer in the top 5 is because you're not relevant. It all has to do with relevancy. Here, let us send you a list of what you need to do to get back up there. Well, no, I can't get back up there. You shoved me back on the 8th page because you shoved me 358 miles in the middle of nowhere on the top of a mountain, nowhere near any city. I don't even think there were roads where they had me and where I still am. So if you look up Robin Aerial Transport and you go to maps, look and see where they put us. And then you wonder how we're relevant. Well, how could my little business in any way affect Google's bottom line? As a matter of fact, it was probably good for Google that we're there. Because we have real reviews. Not like the companies that are forking out for SEOs and having all these fake AI crap and all the reviews that go with it. I can read a review and tell if it's real. I mean, it's not that hard. And that has a lot to do with whether or not the owner or somebody from the company has responded back to them. Which I have not been able to respond back to our last review, which came in today, but they'd already unverified me again. All they had to do was put us in the Kamloops area and leave my profile the way it was. Would have been fine. Nope. And it's finances. This is money. Exactly. But okay, now when you are operating out of a home, they say that you can't list your business address. Well, the business address is still known, and that should be the location. As a matter of fact, my subcontractors come here. Some people come, some people, make appointments and come and talk to me here. But, most of the time we go to them. And that's how almost every one of the smaller companies here work. You know, it's only Allied Van Lines and those ones that don't operate out of their home, but everybody else does. And you would think that, yeah, it makes no sense. And when I actually looked it up, it was 358 miles from Kamloops on the top of a mountain with no road access and no towns. There wasn't a frickin' town in at least. Well, I didn't see any towns. It was just, yeah, there was nothing. And even when I told them, they didn't seem to get it. They said the reason is because of relevancy. Well, yeah, relevancy. The further away you are from the location where people are looking for you, then obviously you're not going to show up. But all this happened in a matter of hours. You know, it might have been a day or two. Don't know exactly when this happened, but all of a sudden, poof. No longer in the top 5. Nowhere on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Maybe the 8th page. And no pictures. And then, of course, every time they unverify you, they dump everything. And you start over. Every one of my reviews. Honest, hardworking, professional. Robin, Ryan, Brian. They know, you know, they mention names. We mention names. And responding back to them. You know? Well, we talk about their dog. Almost every one of my reviews that I've responded to, I've said something personal in some form. In other words, something that relates to them. You can't do that unless you've been there. You can't do that unless you've met these people. You can't do that unless you've done the work. I'm 61 years old. I don't need this crap. I wish there was a way I could retire, but I can't. Thousands of dollars are gone. You know, I work, I pay my bills. And then I've got maybe enough to make it one more month. That's it. You know, and now they've done this again. So every time that we've had a slowdown, it's been because of Google. Unbelievable. So where are you? What country? Whereabouts are you? I believe that a person gets targeted. So if you start making money, or if your Google reviews start going up, or you, Vancouver, awesome. I grew up in North Vancouver. And I've spent half my life in the US, half in Canada. I've served in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I served in the US Coast Guard. I moved back in 2013 and kind of fell into the moving business and started doing it part-time to make money. And then next thing I know, we bought a truck and then another truck, and then we're doing really well. And then the bottom dropped out. And just keep going and going and going and keep working at it. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Down to 2 people. Oh, I see how that works. Oh, okay. So I don't know who the other person is. Yeah. Vancouver's too wet for me. I can't handle it. Yeah, way too wet. Yuck. I remember growing up as a kid. Where's the sun? They said it would get easier as you got older, and that was a lie. As we all frickin' know. So, who am I and what am I? My title is Lord Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate. I go by Robin. I'm a musician, an author, a business owner, although I might not be much longer if we don't get enough money coming in. And you can't live on a pension. All the Canadian government gave me was $600 for CPP. That's it. Take it or leave it. $600. That's what I'm supposed to survive on. I just applied for it and just got it, and then on top of that, they ripped me off. Supposed to get $593.47 or something, and they ripped me off by $88.22. I got 504. Yeah. And there you go, Canadian government. Thank you. So between Google and the government, and we pay a lot of money. I mean, anybody that's established, and I've been established, well, we started in 2013, so I mean, 11 years now. We pay WorkSafe, we pay insurance, we pay, fuel like crazy. There's a lot of money, you know. And then Google's like, well, we'll give you $600 free advertising if you spend $600. I don't have $600 because you keep fucking up my Google profile. And I have to pay an SEO company to send us leads. And they make 15% off every job. I mean, that's crazy. My guys don't even make that much. But anyways, you can yell and bitch about it all you want, but until you can talk to somebody that actually frickin' understands, they're just going to keep doing this. So unverified again. Guy's going to call me. I'm going to probably yell at him and tell him to go fuck himself. And that'll be that. Maybe I'll go old school and start, go downtown and hand out flyers or something. I don't know. It's just gotten ridiculous. What do you do for a living? If you check out my YouTube site, you'll see that I'm a musician. I got 3 albums. What else do I do? Born and raised. Funny thing is, I moved to Grand Prairie. Oh, absolutely. Grand Prairie. It's cold out there. Yeah, no, I will never go east of the Rockies again. I'm done. I'll stay on the West Coast. If we have a tsunami that takes out the entire West Coast, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I will never go east of the Rockies again. I made that mistake. It's just, I lived in Edmonton for 3 years because I was posted out there with the armed forces. Yeah. That was enough of that. CFSDB Greaseball, which was the service and detention barracks in Edmonton. I went in after I graduated, so that would have been oh crap. Yeah, 79, and then got out in 86. It's damp and wet up here right now. You can see out there. It got all wet. Then it'll clear tonight and be cold. I moved up here, Kamloops, because it's the only desert basically in Canada. And I like it more dry. It's better for me. This rain always... I got pneumonia twice. Both times I was on the West Coast, both times in the military. Oh, it wasn't good. Oh, I started researching to find out, am I the only one? Found out I'm not. Americans and Canadians, usually a small business, they just disappear. They're like, well, what happened? I've been working my ass off for 10 years and now I'm gone. Then, yeah. I've actually Googled, is Google trying to shut down small businesses? And we're not even considered a small business even in Canada. Small business is classified as $1 million a year or more. Up, up. I think 500 to a million is a small business. We're lucky if we make 50, 60, 70. I know bigger companies than me that are struggling. Especially, well, during COVID we did really well. Then the floods came, and it, we did not well for a while, and then we did really well because everybody was moving or trying to recover their stuff or trying to figure out a way to get from Vancouver to Kamloops or Kamloops to Vancouver, and we had to go up through Princeton and all of that. So we did really well, actually, both in COVID and in the aftermath of that atmospheric rain that we had. And then things got really tough for a while. What was it, 6 months ago? We filed for a consumer proposal. So we lost a lot of our vehicles. We've downsized. I'm still working at, hard. And now Google pulled this crap. So I don't know. I was working in the financial industry, but they wanted to transfer. Oh, Victoria. Victoria's nice. My cousin was a pickly there for a few years. Victoria, my daughter, senior year of high school, so I took a buyout and then got into a car accident and started working from home. Well, okay, so you know what small business, you know what it's about. Are you in the finance, bookkeeping type stuff, or what do you do? Oh, my bookkeeper. Holy crap. In the last year, she started jumping, and all she did was, okay, I think she's charging out at $60 an hour or something. That's not bad. But the thing is, they just doubled the hours for the same or for less work. When we started out, we had a ton of work, right? So we had our quarter folders were like this thick, right? Or they were fairly big. Now, and the last quarter, our file was probably this big, and she charged me $600. $600 for 10 hours. The same amount of work or less work they were doing, it was taking them 4.5, 5 hours to do a couple of years ago, and now they've more than doubled. They just doubled their hours. So I don't know. It's getting so we can't afford to be in business. Yeah, that's what I was doing tonight. That's why I was up till 2 in the morning, or 3, or whatever it is now. But yeah, it's just covering bills. We got paid it. I figured I better get some bills paid before people started yelling and screaming again. But we were 180,000 in debt, I think. And now we're paying off 18,000 on consumer proposal. Oh, it's out of control. It's not even getting out of control. It's out of control. I mean, you spend $100 in groceries and you got 2 bags the size of, well, the size of this garbage bag. Yeah, I pick them up with 2 fingers. I remember when a few years back, you'd come home, you'd have 6, 8, 10 bags of groceries. You couldn't carry them all. You had to make 2 or 3 trips. Now, all you can afford is what you can afford. I mean, yeah. So yeah, it's definitely getting worse. But they say we're going to go into we're in a recession, and it's going to go into a depression in the 30s. So if it goes, what they've been doing is almost exactly the same as the last century. If you look at the Roaring 20s, the Dirty 30s, the 40s, that means we'll be at war, world war, probably in the 40s. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 60, so I don't think I'm going to be around for that. But one never knows. And the good thing is, as far as I'm concerned, I've had a good life, and I really don't care. I've reached that point in my life that it doesn't matter, you know. But I know people that are on the street because they couldn't afford the rent. Boom, they got evicted. Boom, they're on the street. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And our society just doesn't seem to care anymore. What was it about your daughter? Oh, well, let's see. In the last 3 years, and this is how hard I've worked. Okay, a little bit just before you came in, I don't know if you caught it or not, but I was talking about targeted people. People who are targeted. You can look up targeted people. You can look up 46. Oh, you're just a young one. My son is 36, turning 37. So I was 22 when he was born. And we got married 21. Been married once, 2 common law. And that's about it for me. Unless I really came across somebody that, that was really nice and we got along or whatever, but not looking, that kind of thing. Just trying to survive. I mean, this is a new world. I mean, I grew up in the 70s. I was born in 63, so 70s and early 80s, that was my time. And it's so much different, You felt free. Even though you weren't, you felt free. And now there isn't even a feeling of freedom anymore. Like the disparity between liberals and conservatives and Republicans and Democrats, it's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. So, yeah, I'll do another live. I think it's sometime when I can actually. Usually, when I get this tired and like I've been up for over 24 hours, and this whole Google thing threw me off. I come home from work today. We did a small job. I came home and I was like I told my subcontractor there. I said, when I get home, I'm just gonna pay you and go to bed. And I never made it to bed. I picked up the phone and took a look at my profile and went, what the? Where is it? And realized that but yeah, they're playing the game, And I don't know if it's individuals who have the power to do whatever they want to do, or if it's Google actually targeting small business, or whether it's an individual being targeted. In the last 3 years, okay, what was it, 20? Okay, let's see, 2020, my partner dies. In 2021, I got assaulted, and it doesn't even show up anywhere. This is the interesting thing, because I did an annual checkup for my eyes, and he was out of the room, so I started looking at the file, and nowhere does it say anything about an assault. It says I fell off the back of a truck. I thought, okay, so they got that story, but they don't have the real one, even though they've heard the real one. I'm coming home one night. I go to open my apartment door. So I walk up to the apartment, go to open the door, and wham! Drunk across the hall came out and just cold cocked me from behind. Hit me so hard that 2.5 weeks later, I was starting to go blind in my right eye. And I'm like, what the heck? So I go to the emergency room, and they're like, that was Friday or Saturday. And they're like, how soon can you be in Kelowna? And I'm like, and they're like, can you be in Kelowna for Monday morning? And I'm like, yeah. Well, by the time we were supposed to do surgery on Monday or Tuesday, and he had to delay it because he said, no way we're going to do this. And so I had a detached retina. So he said there's no way he wanted to do it at the hospital, so he waited a day. So we did it on a Wednesday. So, I had to drive up there, and then I got the surgery, and then I ended up with a cataract. And then a year later, after that cataract, after, okay, so I had the retina surgery about 6 months later, I had the cataract surgery for that eye. And then a year later, when we did the annual for this eye, which was good, the left eye had a cataract, so they did that one. And so this year was just an annual check. So I've worn glasses my whole life, and in the past, since I started not wearing them when I had my first surgery, cataract surgery, because it was, and then when I had the second one, it was like, oh, this is what it's supposed to be like. So yeah, I only wear them for reading now, or close-up stuff. Yeah, gang stalking. So you got targeted people, you got gang stalking. Um, so what I did is, I've had a good life. I mean, I wrote a book. I've wrote some music. I've ran my business. I mean, we shouldn't have been able to make it, but in the last 3 years, so uh, detached retina, 2 cataracts, right hip replacement. This is how hard I've worked, and somehow I paid my bills every month. We actually made some money, and we were doing quite well. Now that everything's fixed, oh yeah, teeth too. I got the implants. So you get all these surgeries, and you go through all of that, and it's not enough. Obviously, I'm still surviving. Obviously, I'm still paying my bills. Obviously, my business is still doing okay. So you have the water deluge, you have COVID, you have all these operations, and all of this in 3 years. So 2020, 2021, 22, and 23. And 24 starts to slow down. No surgeries. Business is doing okay. So what do? Well, they start hammering the finances. They already physically hammered me, and I survived. And people who are targeted, they can't kill. For whatever reason, they can't actually physically just go and kill you. And all of this probably, well, this all started when I was 16. So this is something that's been ongoing my whole life. The only time that I felt like I wasn't was when I served in the military. And I mean, of course, they had their eyes on me at that time. I mean, it was a nice and easy way to control you, right? But as soon as you're somewhat free, then they have to find other ways. And they certainly don't want you doing well, because the more money you make, the more you're able to speak out. So, I don't know. And then I wrote a book called Pray or Pray, courtesy of the United States government, in that, and it doesn't talk about anything other than what we're seeing on TV now, except that they're able to moderate what is actually being given to the public, right? In my book, I talked about extraterrestrial genomes entering into extraterrestrial DNA entering into the human genome, right? In other words, close contact. They haven't reached that point yet, but they're definitely preparing us for something. Now, I don't believe it's first contact. I believe that they're going to utilize extraterrestrials, or the concept of extraterrestrials, as a way to as a common enemy. How do you unite people? Well, you get a common enemy, and then you attack it. So with all the AI that's going on, the robots that I mean, you don't even know what's real anymore. Isn't it? Is it Tesla or whoever is? The robot things. They look so human. They look real. Now, is that just AI, or are they real robots? Are they actually getting to that stage? We know the military's got to some stage. I mean, they've got little mules and dogs and things that they can utilize. Uh, oh, I wouldn't say it's. I wouldn't say the rich have to. How would I put this? They have to actually, in order to get rich, you actually have to sell your soul. You actually have to play their game. If you don't play their game, which I won't, see, I believe that either a person is innately good and cannot, with malice or forethought, hurt another, or they're just evil and they can't. I They don't like honest people. They don't like people that tell the truth. They don't like people that's when I wrote this book, it's got like, I don't know, 20 some odd pictures of things that we took with 35 millimeter camera, how many years ago. Some of that I've actually seen the same types of things on these shows. Only theirs is done probably with AI. Mine was taken with 35 millimeter film. That means that whatever the camera saw is what the camera took a picture of. So that energy, that image isn't doctored. I wish there was a way I could actually put those images up and show y'all, but they're on my phone and, well, I'm sitting here talking to you, so it makes it a little bit hard. I think that I think that is it. Oh, what's his name? Elon. He's the one that's been warning us about robots, but then he's also the one that wants to tag everybody with a chip. So, what can I say? Or the Tesla car. That thing is dangerous as crap. What car do you know of that can have a single vehicle accident and catch fire and kill 4 occupants? Poof, like that. Or stop in the middle of an intersection just because it wants to. Error, and locks the doors. And then catches fire. I mean, come on. This is all just ridiculous stuff. I'm not saying that gas cars are 100% because they're not. I mean, but not every car that goes over a cliff or gets in an accident catches fire. Almost every one of those Teslas catch fire for no reason. Or it just decides to take off on its own. Go for a drive. Yeah. It's crazy. We live in a crazy world. I don't want to be driving on a road when there's robot cars driving around with nobody driving them. I've been driving for 40 years and however long, 40, 16, more than 40 years. And yeah, when I was younger, when I was in my, teens and early 20s, I wasn't exactly the greatest driver, but, you learn over the years and, you just have to take care and caution. It's not that hard. It's not a hard thing. I'd rather be in control than having the car be in control. There's no way I'm getting into a car and letting it drive me anywhere. No, that ain't happening. If you buy a fire truck, electric fire truck for $1 million, and the damn thing doesn't work in the first month you have it, yeah, no. I started writing this thing here. Thunder roar, let it pour. Conservatives or Democrats, it don't matter. Well, no, let me grab a guitar. I don't care. If I do it quietly, maybe nobody will hear. The thing's probably way out of tune anyways, but if I'm quiet. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this very quietly. Conservatives or Democrats, it don't matter. 'Cause all I hear is a bunch of clatter. Yeah, swinging to the right, leaning to the left, both just means it's still a mess. All the elites still rule, and that's just a fact, whether you believe it or not. It's not flack. Just do what you do and forge ahead. Believe in yourself, don't let them in your head. Oh, let the thunder roar and let it pour. Stand up for what you know, and just means you haven't closed the door. Let the thunder roar and let it pour. And one day the sun will come out, and maybe even before. And then let 'em come, 'cause I'm already done. I've led my life, had some fun. Let the thunder toll, let the thunder roar, just like good old rock and roll. Let it pour, thunder roar, let it pour, let it pour. Thunder roar, let it pour, thunder roar, let it pour. And one day the sun will come out, but I'll still be poor. Oh, conservatives or Democrats, it don't matter anymore, 'cause all I hear is a bunch of clatter. Swinging to the right, leaning to the left, both just means it's still a mess. So, thunder roar, let it pour. Kind of story of our lives. So what are you doing up so late? Are you still here? Maybe, maybe not. Oh. Oh, maybe once I figure out some music for it. But yeah, I was kind of thinking about the mess that we're in, the conservatives and the Democrats and liberals and Republican, or yeah, whatever. Mix up the U.S. and Canada now. I live in both countries. But it doesn't matter. I mean, you got people in their 30s and 40s now with power, but the elites are still ruling, and they're at the top. And you got to play by their rule and their game. So, like I said, when they target you, and you know what? The funny thing is, I hadn't talked about anything. I hadn't talked about the book. I hadn't talked about what I know or what I believe. Not even in my music. I really haven't done much. I haven't done anything social media. I've basically stayed off. Reason I got on tonight is because Google pissed the fuck out of me. So if they want to listen to this and shut it down, that's fine. Go ahead. Because there's something wrong with them. Absolutely something wrong. When hardworking people can't make a living and they make it so hard. Like I said, I ran my business. Nobody's helped me. I got no money. I got just no, it's me. And I put people to work. You know, a lot of these people are making money because, and on top of that, if you can't see, and I still, okay, I just finished a cataract surgery. I think like a day or what was it? Yeah, maybe a day. So I couldn't see very well, and my one of the guys that worked for me, and we were friends, called me and said, "Robin, you're gonna have to go get the trailer," which meant 2 vehicles going to Prince George. He said, "Yeah, we're almost full, and we still got tons left." So ended up having to drive to Prince George, and I'm coming back from Prince George, coming into Cache Creek, and I couldn't even tell where the hell I was. I just saw these lights, and I'm like, "Where the fuck are we?" And Brian goes, "We're at Cache Creek." I go, "Good, we're almost home." Yeah, I don't know how I did it. Same thing with my hip. It still worked. Hip replacement surgery. It still hurts, you know, all the way from even cop tells me he had hip replacement surgery, and he goes, "I feel fine. I don't hurt at all." Well, I still hurt from here. I don't know if you can see, but basically from here all the way down to the knee. Sometimes it's the knee, and sometimes it's the. But I mean, look at the physical work I do, and somehow I managed to hold it all together and still go through that pain and that suffering, and and like the teeth, they had, they ripped them all out, and it was like, oh crap, you know even before that you couldn't eat because you're in so much pain, and then when they rip them all out, and you still can't eat. And so, and all of this in a 3-year period, and now they're hitting financially. So targeted, yeah, absolutely. There's no. As a matter of fact, my lead hand just walks up to me, and this is when did probably it was this summer sometime. Maybe it was early fall. Well, no, it would probably be August, September. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it was probably August, sometime in August. Just walked up to me one day and said, "Robin, I don't want to be friends anymore." It's just like that. Okay, well, you probably didn't want to, you know, be my friend and feel obligated to move, because I know he didn't like uh, doing that, but he took it on. I mean, so if you're gonna do it, then you don't just leave people. I don't know. Anyways, I've never had that happen in my life. He just kind of went, "I don't want to be friends no more." That was the end of that. So, you know, leave people where they are, I guess. Uh, they should be helping you and praising you. Oh, don't need any praise. Just want to, I just like to do, you know, all I ever asked for was just to pay a bill. So that's it. I don't want to be rich. I mean, it would be nice, but it comes with its own set of heartaches and stuff. I mean, but if you can just pay your rent, if you know, I would have liked to own a little land when I was in the States. I owned two houses and some property, and then things were doing really good. And of course, they attacked there too, and that was my ex, you know. So people get close, and then they get, I don't know, I don't know. So I don't know where all this is going to end up. But all you can do is go one day at a time. You can't be negative, because if you're negative, then you know you. I found in the last 3 jobs we didn't matter what we felt like. We are just, I just pushed out that positive energy, and it came back with positive energy, right? I mean, the reviews on my Google reviews are awesome. So and again, you know that they're real because they mention by name and they give the circumstance, and it's not a 5 stars and a oh good job or something like that. Oh lordy, lordy, lordy. I think I'll probably end up staying up all day or all night. I'm already up all night now. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 3:28 a.m.
Okay. Well, still early. It is. But yeah, I can't believe what I've gone through in the past 3 years. And then on top of that, if you think about it, right, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. And so in that time frame, we've had COVID, we've had the atmospheric rains, which washed out every highway. Actually, on my, you can go to Facebook too. Like you can see some stuff on Rob and Ariel Transport on Facebook. Uh, oh, absolutely. I do believe that, and sometimes I get negative, and then you do. No, I think it's just plain they. I can't let them win. They're not going to win. I will live my life until the last day. you know, uh, you can't let them win. And that's the crazy part. Not only have we gone through all this stuff, but I, I okay, like I said, when you're targeted, it's like they want to keep you alive. Uh, I got a hernia. Okay, I had a hernia when I was like 13. I was in Canada, and they fixed that one. And then I got a hernia. I don't even know how old I was. It was probably around 2008 down in the States. And somehow, uh, within weeks, I'd had my surgery. Boom, done. You know, and yet people were. I didn't have insurance or anything, so don't ask me how that happened. I don't have a clue. Our next door neighbor, you could tell the man was dying. He was yellow, right? He was jaundiced. There was no doubt the man, and he was getting like 86% of his Social Security. And so a friend of his told him, well, you should apply for 100%. Now, I could take one look at this guy. I knew he was dying. He's going to be dead in no time flat. They not only denied him, but took half of it away. So he had like 45% now. And within a couple weeks, he was dead, passed away. I and that's Social Security in the States. So I just shake my head like, Veterans Affairs and Social Security and the system. It's bad. but you just don't know where it's going to go or where it's going to end up. Because every time I think it's getting better and you can sit back and relax, so we'll just have to let the Google thing figure itself out. But I'm just going to go as if we don't have it anymore, because uh, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to deal with it anymore. I've spent hours and hours and hours on emails, filling out their forms. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7 or 8 case IDs now on process. They're idiots. Complete. I mean, it's so disenfranchised from reality and from the people that actually do the work. I liked when you did. Well, that's what I like about moving. Your service, you're helping people. Being able to here. Let's. Yeah, I don't know how I can. Yeah, I can't really do anything. I can't get into my phone from here. But yeah, I mean, the fact that you're helping people, right? You get a call from Vancouver, you get a call from uh, Prince George or somewhere saying, "Hey, my daughter needs to move, and here's the situation," or my and or I have sensitive material, I need it picked up, I need, you have to be honest, you have to be reliable, you have to do what you say you're going to do. So word of mouth, a shake of a hand, that's how I believe. I believe if you say you're going to do something, you do it. And you do it to the best of your ability. And that's how I've always lived my life. And seems to have worked well, except for pissing off the government or whoever the hell I pissed off this time around. But I must have pissed somebody off. But one thing I do know is that as hard as we get hit, as hard as I get hit, I mean, that guy attacking me out of nowhere, that was meant to kill me. There was absolutely no doubt in my mind that that was meant to kill me. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He hit me so hard that he detached a retina. Unbelievable. Like I said, they can't actually kill me, but they can have accidents. Accidents can happen. When we moved from Michigan to New Mexico. So we were crossing the Panhandle. I'd already bought the house online, and when I got to New Mexico, we were going to sign the paperwork and stuff like that. And we weren't far from the Texas-New Mexico line, probably maybe 7 miles. And there was a truck stop. And I had a splitting headache, couldn't figure out why, but I pulled in there. And I mean, it was bad. I could barely walk. And we were driving a Pathfinder and a motorhome. And the motorhome, the Pathfinder was towing a boat, and the motorhome was carrying most of our stuff. I could not figure out why I had such a bad headache. I mean, it was really bad. And so we walk into the gas station restaurant place, and I kind of sit down, and I bent over, and I'm like, oh my God, I hurt. What the hell? And I look out, and I realize that something doesn't look right. Because of the, it's probably up a little rise, you could see underneath the RV. And you could see that the tailpipe had been bent up. So I said, wait a minute. let's go check this out. I said, there's something wrong with the tailpipe. Well, he went and looked, and sure enough, that tailpipe had been bent up and shoved right into where it would be coming into the bathroom in the motorhome. So it would be filling up the motorhome, but you wouldn't, it would be diffused from all the stuff that we had in there. So carbon monoxide poisoning, which is really interesting because that's how my mom died. See, I was adopted into Canada. That's how I became a Canadian dual citizen. My mom died of carbon monoxide poisoning outside of Hale Air Force Base, Salt Lake City in 1979. So says the U.S. government. But she actually disappeared in 1975. So says my brother. So it gets. This is what I wrote about. I wrote about my story. I wrote about the research. When you're adopted, you want to know where you came from. You want to know who you are. If you ask me my birth date, I can't tell you. I can tell you what the government tells me. And it's a fucking lie. February 11th, 1963. Born in spring. I was also not born in Canada. It says I was born at Vancouver General Hospital. Well, that's a lie too. Because in second grade, I was telling kids at school that I was an American. I was born in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We had horses. We lived on a ranch. It was hot. I was told I was a liar, that if I put as much effort into my schoolwork as I did my stories, I would be an A student. Bald-faced lie again. Turns out everything I said was true. I wasn't born, well, I can't say I wasn't born in Albuquerque, but I asked my brother, I said, so is it possible that I was born in the U.S.? And he said, yeah. I said, is it possible that I lived in the U.S.? And he said, yeah. He said, okay, I'm only going to tell you this once. And this is another thing. Everybody I've talked to that's supposedly biological family, I haven't spoken to anybody in years. So I'm going to tell you a story, and then we're not going to ever talk about it again. Okay. He said, I was about 5 years old, and him and his brother, so I think his name was Anthony. Anyways, he's the oldest brother. He passed away, but so there was the older brother, and then John, and then my two sisters, and I think, so he was 5, and I don't know how many of the sisters, maybe 1 at that point. But anyways, I was the youngest in my biological family out of 5 kids, and the oldest in my adopted family. So he says, we were driving from New Mexico to Canada, and there was this bright light in the middle of the road, and Mom stopped the car and got out of the car, and when she came back, she had you. Yeah. So things get even more crazier. And that is very close to where she supposedly died of carbon monoxide poisoning outside of Hale Air Force Base in Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, when I started looking in 1990, I think it was 94, and the Canadian government said, just wait a year, Robin, because we're releasing all adoptees' records next year. And then you have all the information you want. Well, of course, that's all gone. A long story there, but just suffice it to say, I got very little left. But when I walked into the room, they called me and said, "Hey, come get your information." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." So I go down and she says, "Come with me." And when we walked into this room, and she said, before I give you any information, I just want you to be aware that something isn't right here." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" She goes, "See that pile on the table?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, that's your file." I said, "Yeah, so?" She said, "But you were only in the ministry's care for 3 years. And that's way too much stuff. Something's not right. And whatever you find, yeah, I guess you just have to kind of deal with it. But I just wanted to give you a heads up." I said, "Well, that was nice of you." Oh, I found a lot of stuff. And then I found my brother John, and then he was giving me information. Then I found my sister, and they confirmed a lot of the memories that I had. And then I met my nephew. Oh, so my son and I get invited over to Colonel's place Christmas Eve for a party or something. So what makes it interesting is that I'd been talking about my history and background and stuff like this. And so we meet up with, so Kathy's son, Colonel, and he got the name from my grandfather, who was Clinton Melbourne Prey. Now, Clinton Melbourne Prey was, I was told that he was a well digger. Just a well digger. Like a water well or, well digger. That's what he was. It turns out that they own property in Colorado and New Mexico. That he flew black helicopters off those properties during what was considered the sword and shield exercises that had to do with ET after Roswell. And if you remember correctly, the United States Air Force became the United States Air Force in 1947. Prior to that, he flew P-38s during the war and was Captain Clinton Melbourne Prey. This is where Prey or Prey, courtesy of the United States government, comes from. So my grandfather then must have been recruited from the Army Air Corps in 1947 into the United States Air Force and ranked up to colonel. How do I know that? Because colonel is named after his grandfather. So he'd be my nephew. So anyways, we go over and I asked Kathy, I said, "Kathy, are you going to be there?" And she's like, "No, I'm not going to be there. But yeah, you're welcome to just go and enjoy yourself." And I'm like, "Cool." So my son and I and my girlfriend at the time, we go over and we're spending, I don't know, she was off doing whatever, and my son was off in the back of the house with the rest of the kids doing whatever. And I'm walking down the stairs, and this guy's walking up the stairs. It's just a big house. I don't know how they could even afford it. I mean, there was a downstairs suite and downstairs kitchen, and there was a kitchen upstairs, and the big living rooms, and I don't know. But anyways, and this is in Burnaby. So I'm going down the stairs. He's coming up the stairs, and he passes me. So close enough that we, kind of touch. And he passes me, and he stops dead, and he turns around and says, "Hey, are you one of them?" And I said, "One of them? One of them who?" He goes, "Can you do what Colonel can do?" I said, "Oh, yeah." He said, "Huh." Cool. And it kept going. So that was the first indicator that something was a little bit off. So a little bit later on, my nephew says, "Hey, can I talk to you?" And I'm like, "Sure you can." He goes, "Well, let's go in here." So we went into the kitchen downstairs and we're standing there. And he looked at me and he said, "You're not my uncle, are you?" And I said, "No, I don't think so." And he said, "I think you're my brother." And I said, "Yeah, I think so." The age difference would have been huge. So that there's another bit of oddity. And then where did my name come from? Robin. And how did I know my name? Right? Because when I was adopted, my name was changed. And my parents were gonna name me Robert, but they didn't because somebody told them from social services that it might trigger memory. Therefore, you can't use Robert. So my adopted brother became Keith Robert Holgate, and I became Bruce Harold Holgate. So when later on I took back my name, and a bit of a long story, but anyways, I go upstairs, and this Robin Banks guy, now he's kind of a friend of the family. Now I don't know what drew me to him, but I think it's something Kathy said. I can't remember exactly, but I wanted to talk to this guy because he's the only one named Robin. Now his name was Robin Banks, which is kind of interesting, kind of a misnomer, because if you look at all the names involved in my life, you got Prey, you got Banks, money, right? Well, somebody's got to be helping these people out. There's got to be money somewhere. But anyways, this guy's name's Robin Banks. So maybe, and he looks like me. He's short in stature. He was like probably in his 60s at the time. Wiry, uh, looked younger than his years, so on and so forth. So I got an opportunity. He was sitting at the table upstairs in the living room or kitchen or whatever the heck it was. And so I walk up and I'm like, "Hey, can I talk to you?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure you can." And I said, "I want to ask you a question." He's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Are you my father?" Because that's one thing the government's done is they blacked out anything in relation to any name, any relation to any father. And he looked at me and said, "No." And I said, "Okay." So I was trying to get some information. Well, I said, "Well, how do you know the family?" "Well, let's just say I'm a long time friend of the family." And I'm like, "Okay." Didn't get any, he wasn't giving me any information. And as I'm sitting there, I'm facing him like we're sitting here, and I can feel somebody coming up behind me. And I turned quickly and I said, "It's a girl. Now go away." And I turned back to Robin. I already knew she wasn't slowing down. She was going to interrupt. She walked right up and said, so she's standing between me and him, and she's like, "I want to speak to Robin." I looked at her. I said, "I am Robin." She goes, "I want to speak to the other Robin." And then she looked at him and said, "He can do what you, he just did what you do." And he said, "Yeah, yeah, I'll tell you about it later." And off she went. And the mood was broken, and I got no information except for what I got out of that, and we moved on. So we get a little bit tipsy, we got a little bit drunkied, and time to go to bed. So there's a living room, and there's like a couch here and a couch over here, and I don't know. I walked in there, and I think I found a mantle or something, and I put my wine or whatever I had, glass up there, and I went, laid down on the couch and went to sleep. And I woke up in the morning, and man, I don't drink very much. And I was like, this isn't good. And I kind of, swing over, put my feet on the floor, and I'm kind of like, oh, I need a drink. And I'm thinking water. Well, at least that's what I should have been thinking. Well, I gotta get a drink. Yeah. And my niece walks in. Now, Colonel. Okay, so I was sleeping on this couch here. He's sleeping on the opposite couch over here. And as far as I can tell, he's not awake and he's not up. She walks straight into the room, grabs the wine glass, walks up to me, and kind of presents it to me. And I reached up and took it, and okay, thanks. And as soon as she'd gone, I go, well, I don't want this. I put it somewhere, and it made me think. I'm like, okay, wait a minute, what just happened? I said, okay. So I got up, I'm sitting here, and I thought, drink. And my niece just walked in and handed me the drink. And I said, well, this family obviously drinks, so to her, a drink is a drink. But how'd she know where last night's drink was? Okay, so I said, okay, if I want to do this again, I need to find something that is carryable. It has to be a need, not just a want. It has to be a real need. And she would have to be able to go and get it. Cigarette. I said, okay. So I thought, oh, I need a cigarette. I really need a cigarette. I was just then, cigarette. Now, here's the interesting part. It wasn't like a pack of cigarettes. At that time, we were rolling them. So you had the machine, you had the tobacco, you had the lighter, you had the little paper tubes. So this wasn't, I need a cigarette. But again, you have to look at the whole thing and reanalyze it after, right? Sure enough, in she comes. In her arms, she's got the rolling machine, the tobacco, the tubes, and she walks up and she kind of hands them all to me, puts them down, and leaves. And then Colonel started stirring, and I'm like, hey, Colonel. And he's like, yeah. And I said, do you know what your sister or what your daughter just did? And he said, yeah, she does it all the time. Okay. It's telepathy. It's communicating. I do it with my son. He's in New Mexico. Or no, actually, Wichita, Kansas right now, yeah. And we do it long distance. It's just a way of knowing. It's telepathy. And I think it's genetic. And I think it's genetic based on alien DNA or alien genetics that have entered into the human genome. So, I wrote about it all. I wrote about everything I knew. I wrote about everything that I'd done. I wrote about what I felt. I wrote about if it was a supposition or based on these facts. Then I stated that. And I also stated that anything in this book was subject to change, depending on our knowledge of science and so on and so forth. Nothing's written in stone. But to this day, I wouldn't change a word in it. And I don't even have a copy. Can't get one. I've tried and tried and tried. Nobody will give me one. There's about 1,500 copies out there somewhere worldwide. But again, they didn't want me making money from that either. So, I don't know. Oh, what did he hit me with? His fist. He just walked up and just wham! From behind, just wham! It was, I've never felt anything like that. Well, here's what I believe. Now, I believe it. I got no proof to back this up. But I believe that my mom was abducted and she's what you would call a hybrid. And I believe that my mom then met another species that was quite capable of interacting with humans. So the Palladians or the Nordics or the fair-haired ones or whatever you want to call them, the tall ones. And that's my father. So I then suggest that if a hybrid is from two genetic traits, human and extraterrestrial, then a tribred is a hybrid and a extraterrestrial, and human becomes tribred, right? Carrying three sets of genetics. So in my case, I believe gray and Palladian. And the Palladians, a lot of people call them angels. Highly telepathic, and a lot of suggestion that they actually utilize the grays, and that the grays are more primitive, and so on and so forth. There's actually like 5 subspecies of gray. So I wrote about that too. Oh God, I wish I could show you some of these pictures. But there'll have to be another time, I guess, when I can figure out how to do it. How would I do it if the pictures are now on my? I guess I could print the pictures. I don't think that would come out as good though. And all I've got is a laser black ink copier right now. I got to try to figure this. Yeah, I came across a site and it had a bunch of the pictures that I'd taken, and I went, ooh, I grabbed them. Yeah, but so I put them on my phone because I don't actually have the book. And I've got the kind of the write-up, I've got the prologue and the ISBN number and all of that, but the government made sure it disappeared. I mean, basically, ISBN number is non-existent. And yet, in order to publish the book, you have to buy 10, like a block of ISBN numbers. You know, and I've got the receipts. I got the receipts for this stuff. And I've got the actual, oh, I do have pictures. Hold on. Now it just dawned on me. Yes, I do. I wonder if I can, that's right. I do have a lot of the pictures. I gotta think. It's in one of the, I think it's in this safe down here. I am pretty sure. Yeah, I am pretty sure. I am pretty sure. I think so. That's right. Here I was trying to figure out where I was gonna, how I could do this. And I have, maybe not all the pictures, but I got some. I got some. That's right. I do. Where? Which ones are they? Up there. Here we go. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. So I can show you some. Okay, dokie. Because, when it comes to making statements, it's one thing to make a statement. It's another thing to be able to prove that statement. And when I told those kids in school that I was born in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I was an American. I lived on a ranch. It was hot. We had horses. It took over 20 years before that was confirmed and that those memories were real. My whole life. He told me I was lying. Just like this. Okay. Let's start. I kind of broke these up. So yeah, I got some pictures. Okay. Now I don't know how well we're gonna see them on here. I want to do it in a certain way. So one day, my son and his friend Peter and not Greg. What was I can't. Miles were at our apartment. And the night before, so this all started the night before. So if I put these in the right order, I'll be able to kind of do the story. Okay, so that was last. This. Yes, okay. So we do this. And then, so the night before, now I got to put these in order. Okay. That has nothing to do with it. That was somewhere else. Okay, so then that goes like that. This. Okay, I think it went this one first. Yeah, this one first, then this one, then this one, then this one. Okay. So, the night before, on our window, and I can't figure out what my son is doing because he's obviously not watching TV. So, okay. So, I don't know how well you can see this. So, that's my son down there kind of looking at the TV, but why he's doing whatever he's doing, I don't know. But if you look at the window, this design started to form on the window. So if you look at this part here, it kind of looks like a radio telescope or something, something along that lines. But anyways, this ice started doing that. And then it starts shifting from here to the other side. Okay, so no big deal. And then it turns into what is like a receiver or a satellite dish. Like a radio telescope thingy. You know how they, like, where is it that they have the big, Brazil, where they had that big dish array. This is the end result. So we started taking pictures of the window. We got this energy, and this is all taken with 35 millimeter film. So you got all this energy here, no idea. This is Miles, and if you look closely, you can see that the antenna in the corner there. And if you look up where the antenna is pointing, it's pointing at an image of something. See that? So the purple thing right there. You got a face. Don't know exactly what, because that's as clear as it was. So that was the night before, and we were like, oh, that's weird. Okay. So next morning, we get up. And we're sitting at the table and we're getting our coffee, and I'm sitting here and I look up and I go, what the fuck is that? And this is what I saw. Now, if I, okay, how am I going to do this? Let's see, if I hold this. Okay, I don't know how well you can see this. Okay, yeah, actually, that's not too bad. Let's see if I can get in closer. Where am I? Because now I can't see the... Hold on. There's the hand. Okay. So, if you look... Let's do this. Okay, so if you look here, right there... How am I going to do this? Okay, so right there, there's the palm, there's the fingers, there's 5 of them, and they're all approximately the same length. And if you look really close, you can see that they're webbed in between each one. So the first 4 digits of that hand, not the thumb, but the 4 digits of the hand, which seems to be elongated. If you put your human hand up against it, it's definitely not the same. Can you see it? I've got it almost the whole picture here. Okay, if you look from there, when you blow it up, if you look to the left right here, you can actually see, I know this is really difficult. This is not easy at all. Let's see if I can, if you blow it up, you can see it really easy. But let's see if I can, I'm doing this with, how am I going to do this? I didn't realize it's so small. It's easier on the phone because I can't get the right angle. Okay, so yeah, if you look right there, okay, you can see the handprint. And if you look down below the handprint, it's as if he was looking in the window like this. So you got the handprint here, and you got the head just below it. And it was imprinted into the window, and it's sort of like an X-ray. So what you're seeing is the skeletal structure of, and when you blow it up, you can really see it. It's really hard for me to see this and get it to, okay, so let me put my finger on it. Okay, there's the face right there. Now there's a glow of a light. I think that's a light across the street. But if you look right, right there, yeah, it doesn't come out as good on the phone like this. It's really hard. Well, right where my fingers are, that's the hand. And then right below that is the face. But anyways, I can describe it to you. It has a low forehead just above the eyes. So no forehead here. And it slopes back to a bone structure back here. Kind of like a Egyptian, if you think about it like that. And then you've got a jaw that juts quite a bit back from the upper jaw. And then you got kind of bony neck. So you can actually, when you blow it up, you can actually see that. So as soon as I said, what the fuck is that? Miles and Peter said, oh, they were here last night. And I said, okay. Miles said, I'm going to run home and get my camera. I said, okay. So he ran home to get his camera. And then we decided to go outside, because if you have an imprint in the window, then there's got to be evidence. If it's a physical being, there's got to be more evidence. So we went outside and we started looking. I don't know why I keep getting my hands in the way. So we started looking, and we could sort of see an imprint there, but it was hard for the camera to pick up. So we said, okay, well, let's keep looking. So you can see here, same thing. You've got a bit of a imprint there, but because that's that mulch that you lay down, you got a little bit of an imprint, but not great. This is probably the best picture, and it's showing basically, from what we can see, three, right there. God, if I could hold it still, there's like three, almost like a hoof or a split or maybe three toed. And then we walked around to the bedroom windows, or to the windows that were on the other side. It was a corner suite, and it was the bottom ground level suite. And what we saw, well, let's just put it this way. I just stopped dead, and I just kind of looked. I went, holy crap. If you look here, and I know it's really hard, but if you look right there, you've got let's see if I can get them to show up. You've got, yeah, see, it's really hard. But right here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the scratch marks run all the way, like, so I mean, you could actually feel the scratch marks. And it's like, it went around this side and just said, fuck it. And you can kind of see that if a human did that, if we could, which we can't, because, well, we can't scratch a window with our fingers, but to do that, if we did it straight like this, you're only going to get one finger touching that window, right? Otherwise, it's going to change, right? These are all in line. So there was a swipe, and all 5 digits, talons, hit the window. These had the scratch marks. And that's when I came to the realization that these things were formidable. Very formidable. I mean, if it can do that to the window, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slashes, like the tines on a rake, right? Except that this isn't a rake. I mean, if you take these finger marks, and what we did is took these finger marks and we line them up against the hand print that is right here, and they matched, like, perfectly. Like, as in perfectly. Yeah, it's really hard to see the face, though. I mean, I can see it on here, but it's really hard when you're trying to get it to look there. So that was kind of interesting. And then when I was talking to Miles's mom, nobody could sleep that night. They were in agreement that the Greys, or the extraterrestrials, whatever you want to call them, she said they'd been around for a couple of nights. Like, they hadn't been able to sleep, or they were waking up at weird times or weird hours. And she was a nurse, and he worked in the mine, an engineer or something. Let's see what else I can come up with. Okay, Skinwalker Ranch. If you look at Skinwalker Ranch, they're forever talking about orbs. Well, you got an orb right there. And that's This was taken somewhere in Michigan, I think, if I remember correctly, because there's a picnic table, and it was winter time. But right there, oh crap, it's so hard, is an orb. It's just sitting there in the sky. And it's not very far away. I mean, it's not like way up in the sky zipping around. So, same parking lot, same night. That's my Pathfinder. And you say, well, where's the orb? Now, what we found really interesting is that, how am I going to do this? If you look at the Pathfinder, okay, so you think that's an orb, it's not. And you think that's an orb, it's not. Those are signs on the back side of the parking lot. They just reflected the light, no big deal. And you think, okay, well, you can see U.S. Coast Guard's deco. It's round and it's sitting on this side of the window, right? So that's not an orb. That's a U.S. Coast Guard symbol. Oh, what do we have here? He's imitating. This thing is imitating the deco. I'll just hide here. Nobody will notice me. And the closer you get to him, you can see that there is a ring around it, as if it's, liquidy inside or something like that. They always have a thick ring that runs around them. So they're possibly biological, but they could also be I don't know. There's a lot of supposition as to what they are, but that is an orb. Same as, I think it's the same one that was here. See? Do you see the little ring around it? Let's see. I don't know how many evidence I got to have anything. Yeah, see, I don't have near any of those. I don't think so. I thought I had more. Okay, this is, okay, that's nothing. I think I'm missing some somewhere. So my Aunt Kathy, Colonel's mom, handed me these pictures and said, well, you might as well have something from the family, which kind of a total loss here. So this is Loretta Prey, Ashland, Kansas. So that would be my grandmother way back when, supposedly. Now there's something that we found very interesting in these pictures, is that if you're going to make up a family, then you go through a file and you just grab a bunch of pictures and say, well, there's the family. This is June and Vicky Prey, Rosman, California. So Cleta June Prey was my mom. Vicky was her sister, so it'd be my Aunt Vicky, and I met her, and she lived in Colorado. So I drove out to Colorado and I met her. There's a nice story. So we knew she lived in Lamont, Colorado. So I figured it couldn't be that big a place. Oh, okay. It died and then went live. Okay. So we drove all the way to Lamont, Colorado, since we already had to, I had to pick up my mom's death certificate in Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, the U.S. government, or Canadian government, says, oh, we think we found your mom. And I'm like, cool, where? Oh, we think she's dead. And I said, well, then I'll take the death certificate, please. Oh, we can't do that. And I'm like, why not? Oh, we think she's an American. Oh, you just corroborated my story from when I was like 6 years old. Thank you. So I could contact the American government, and they're like, when somebody dies, when I die, my social security number will be zapped, gone. They will list it as deceased and gone, and that'll be the end of it, and I'll be on the death social security death index. Now, there's two people, the US government, they do the social security death index, and there's the Mormons. And the Mormons go, if you die, we want to know who you are. They keep better records than the bloody US government. So when we were doing the research to try to find my mom, I actually drove to Mormon Square and went to their archives and said, I haven't been able to find my mom, and she supposedly died in 1979, and this is her name, and blah, 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 and this is how she died. And they said, oh, we'll look into it. They came back and said, oh, she didn't die. We got no records of it. And we got the US government saying, we got no records of it. And then after I kept pushing and pushing, I was applying for my US passport. Well, I went and talked to my aunt. Now, when I went and talked to my aunt, Vicky, in Colorado, that was just bizarre. We get to Colorado, we get to Lamont, and I said, okay, well, she's got to be in the phone book. I can't find nothing. And I'm like, well, let's just ask around. I mean, it's a small town. I mean, people got to know, right? So I start asking the people at the truck stop, and they're like, "Oh, you're looking for Vicky Quint?" And I said, "Quint," and he's like, "Yeah, she married a Quint." And I'm like, "Okay, that's fine, cool." And I said, "Oh, I'm trying to get a hold of her," and and I had to explain who I was and all of that. Well, we're getting nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. We got no contact. We've got no idea if, and there's no listing. And I know my nephew, or would it be nephew? I don't. Okay, so my mom's sister's son, cousin, right? Yeah, cousin. Be my cousin. Yeah. Okay, so I find out that his name's Boyd, but that's all I know. And that's all we've got. We haven't got any contact yet. So we pretty much spent a whole day there, and it's moving into the night. And I'm thinking, okay, well, you know what, guys? I think we'll just sleep in the car tonight, and then we'll leave in the morning. And someone came up and asked me, well, how long are you guys going to be here? And I said, I think we're going to head back tomorrow. And they're like, oh, okay. And they disappeared. And this group of people come walking in, and I don't know, seniors, bowling league, social club. It was a bunch of people, older people, and they were all talking. And just like in school, a little piece of paper crumpled up tight. And as this group passed, it got thrown on the table. And they're gone. And I go, holy crap. I reach down, pick it up, open it up, and it's a phone number. I said, well, might as well call it. So this is how, were they protecting them? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. So I call the number. Hello? How can I help you? I'm like, I'm looking for Vicky Quint. My Vicky would be my mom's sister. My name's Robin. He's like, oh, Robin. Yeah, I heard about you. My name's Boyd, so I guess I'm your cousin. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. He's like, okay, so where are you guys? And I'm like, we're at the truck stop, the only place in town you can be. And he's like, okay, well, mom's not home right now, but when are you guys leaving? I said, well, maybe tomorrow sometime. And he's like, well, hang around tomorrow and maybe we can get together. And I'm like, okay. And click, he hangs up. So the next morning, I'm like, well, we might as well take the kids and let them go swimming in the creek up the road. So we kind of drove up to where this creeky area was. And while we're sitting up there, I guess he had gone to the restaurant. Somebody told him where we were. And all you could see was this dust trail as he just came flying up. He kind of jumps out. He goes, hey, 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 Robin, my mom wants to talk to you. And oh no, no, that's right. No, that night, yeah. Oh, how the hell did this happen? Uh, yeah, because we met him first. So uh, he said, yeah, I'll come down and I'll meet you at the restaurant. And I'm like, okay. So it was that same morning. So I'm sitting there and a waitress comes up and says, "Oh, your cousin is in the back room and you can go and talk to him if you want." And I'm like, "Okay." So me and Gary, and that's my son, we walk over to this curtain thing and can open the curtain and walk in. It's like a dining room or whatever, but it's empty, right? And there's just a table and this guy's sitting there. I walk up and I said, "Oh, hi, you must be Boyd. I'm Robin, June's kid." And he's like, "Yeah, uh, Robin, yeah, well, I've heard about you." And I'm like, "Okay." He said, "Yeah, I live on Grandpa's ranch, right?" And I said, "Yeah, I guess you own it." He goes, "Well, what do you want?" And I said, "I don't want anything. I need a letter from your mom, uh, detailing a little bit of my mom's life and where she lived and that kind of thing and how she died so that I can get my passport and prove my American citizenship." And he's like, "Oh, okay." He said, "Well, you know that there's some strange stuff happens on a ranch, right?" And I'm like, he goes, "Like cattle mutilations?" And I say, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "Oh, okay." So the first he was just kind of touching base to see, okay, so what we're talking about, Skinwalker Ranch. Not the same ranch, but we're talking the same stuff. My grandfather flew black helicopters off those properties in Sword and Shield exercises to do with Roswell after 1947, the crash in Roswell, and the formation of the U.S. Air Force to combat issues to do with extraterrestrial. So he was identifying, Boyd was, that they have contact. This is before Skinwalker Ranch ever came out. So what they've done with Skinwalker Ranch is that they've taken all this information from these areas and they've tabulated it into here so that they can disseminate the information to the public without getting the public too scared or too whacked out. Okay? Because I'm like, yeah, like it's no big deal, right? Actually, it is. I've never actually seen one. That would be kind of cool, I think, to actually see something like that. I've just heard about them. Uh, but I guess he was just kind of feeling me out too. And he goes, "Okay, well, let me talk to my mom, and maybe she'll talk to you." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." He goes, "So what are you guys gonna do?" And I said, "Well, I think we're gonna go take kids for a swim up here." And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. You take kids, and I'll go." So I never got invited back to the ranch. I never got invited to their home. We're still like Main Street and whatever. So like I said, we were up there. He comes flying back, says, yeah, my mom wants to talk to you. She's at the restaurant now." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So I go and talk to her, and he disappears wherever. And I'm sitting down there, we're having our coffee. And first thing she says to me is, "Robin, anything that you hear about our family, no matter how strange or how weird, it's probably true. So what do you need from me, Robin? And I'm like, well, I need this. And so she wrote me a letter for the U.S. consulate in Canada, and that's how I got my passport. And they're like, well, why do you need a passport? And I said, prove my American citizenship. I'm not an idiot, you know. And they're like, oh, okay. And sure enough, how many years later, the borders close, Real ID Act, and this and that, and the other thing comes into play, and you know, craziness. We live in a crazy world. Crazy, crazy, crazy world. That's one of grandfather's helicopters. So it turns out he was a pilot. So there's a picture of my mom. Now, it's interesting because my mom, the younger one right there, so that's my mom. That would be my grandfather, and that would be my grandmother, supposedly. But that's supposedly my mom. She sure kind of looks like me. But then here we are a few years later in Ontario, probably mid-30s, and then I've got, okay, so mom 1974, and then she disappears. So this is just before she supposedly disappeared in 1975, and then the government says she died in 1979. Now, the government says that she died of carbon monoxide poisoning outside Air Force Base. They were driving from New Mexico to Canada. Now, why would they do that? Well, they made that drive every 2 years. Why? To renew her driver's license. And at that time, you had to renew every 2 years. So she would make the trip back from Canada to New Mexico every 2 years because where did she have contact? Her parents, my grandparents. So she would go there, renew her driver's license, and go back to Canada. So she's made the trip how many times? So this is my mom in supposedly in 1974, and she disappears in 1979 or in 1975. So the government says she was driving a 1975 blue Ford LTD station wagon. My brother says she was driving a 1964 Comet. Which one makes more sense? Oh, the Comet. It sounds like something I would have driven. 10-year-old car. Which one's more likelier to have a muffler exhaust problem and possibly cause carbon monoxide poisoning? The Comet. What does the government say? 1975 Ford LTD station wagon. Who drove Ford LTD station wagons? U.S. government. So, her and my oldest brother died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Do I believe it? Well, they did try to carbon monoxide poison me. Or my... I mean, I think it was a warning. Because if they meant to kill us, they probably could have. I think they just wanted to warn us off, and maybe we should never have gone to New Mexico. That might have been a real bad mistake. Looking back on it, it was a bad mistake. Yeah, so this is supposedly another plane he had. I'm trying to see what year this thing is. I don't know, but it's in the pile of pictures anyways. Right there. So for a well digger, he sure got around. There's the property, and there's his helicopter. So Colonel Clinton, Melbourne Prairie. And I would suggest United States Air Corps. And that's a picture of my mom when, supposedly, I'm not buying any of this 100%. My mom when she was younger. I mean, I just can't. They've proved to me not enough. Okay, if you're gonna make up a cover story, you go to the archives and you pull out brother, sister, uncle. I guess we could throw a cousin in there. Okay, so we kind of come up with cousins here. I think Walter, Rosin, blah 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 blah, and doesn't really say much. Have no idea who these people are, but I think they're Rettingers or something, and they supposedly go along with like this one here, Charlie Rettinger and Sharon. Like no idea, but here's the interesting part. D2. And there's a few more in here like that have like a serial number on the back. Yeah, this one's got. Okay, so Loretta Ann Ross, that would be my grandmother. Born in Fargo, Oklahoma, 2.5 months old, weight 15.5 pounds. Supposedly that's my grandmother. And then this is Cleta and Loretta Prey, and supposedly my mom, and it was taken Lamar, Colorado. So it kind of gives us some information. And this is supposedly, okay, so this is Clinton, yeah. So this is supposedly her father, and this is how I was told he was a well digger. Oh, he's just a well digger, he's dirty, he's been digging wells, blah, blah, blah. No background on the fact that he flew P-38s or flew helicopters or was military. See, here we go again. D, either OD6 or, 940. I'd say probably 940. So you got a designation mark there. A generic picture of a plane. Ashland, Kansas. Which is interesting because my son was in Kansas for a while and then he moved off to Wichita with his girlfriend. And this is, so this is supposedly Texas at the time. So they got around. I mean, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado. The Four Corners area, though, and that's rife for, this is my grandmother, supposedly on a prairie homestead, Baca County, Colorado, 1916. There wasn't much there at the time. There isn't much in Lamar now as it is. But yeah, just kind of interesting as you start pulling information and then you start correlating that to your own life. Like me and my buddy took some time off from the military and armed forces and took off and went to California. Probably weren't supposed to, but we did anyways. And while we were down there, we drove kind of a little bit off, going towards 29 Palms somewhere there. So we kind of pull off the road into the, desert and went to sleep. Oh yeah, we went to sleep all right. We wake up and I'm like, hey, I feel good. Hey, you want to go get a coffee and whatnot? And he's like, yeah, sure. Okay. And I just had this odd feeling, but, got up and start the car or the Jeep up and start heading for town. And I'm like, something's wrong here. He goes, yeah. I said, what the fuck's wrong? What? I said, sun's going down. That's what's wrong. Sun's wrong. It's going down. It's night. He said, Yeah, we lost the day. I said, yeah, we lost the day, dude, in the desert. Uh, and then we never talked about it again. We never ever talked about that again. And then later on, when you think back on it and you analyze it, something's wrong. Look, even in uh, late summer or fall, it gets hot there. You got the windows rolled up. If you're out in the sun all day sleeping, you're going to be dehydrated. We weren't dehydrated. We were going to go for coffee. We woke up refreshed. And you're talking like a 24-hour period. You know, we crashed it like around sunset, 6, 7 o'clock at night, which means we got up just around the same time. That's 24 hours. You'd be dehydrated. So one of two things had to happen. Either something fundamentally changed in time and space and you had missing time, or we were abducted and we weren't there. So one of the two things happened. And Eric, like I said, we never talked about it. And then later on, after that incident, we'd met this guy on the beach in around Cardiff, uh, and he invited us to his place, and it was like right at I think Cardiff, and there's another little township, and it's right on the kind of border there, and then there's a place to walk down Solana Beach or something like that, and then there's the ocean. So we're sitting in this guy's house and doing whatever, and all of a sudden he's like, yells at his girlfriend, "Grab me my binoculars." He's like, "What the fuck is that?" And he grabs the binoculars and he starts looking. And I go, "What are you looking at?" He goes, "You don't need binoculars to see what I'm looking at." So I go out on the deck to take a look, and I'm like, holy crap. And there's this big object sitting off the coast. You could see it. And it was the size of a ship, but it was quite a ways away. And it was flashing different colored lights. And given the distance, I'd say it was at least half a mile. I mean, it had to be huge. And it had to be above the ocean, because if it was sitting on the ocean, probably wouldn't see it, right? Because you'd be down here, but it must, we're looking kind of straight across at it, and we're up on the kind of bluff overlooking the ocean. And all of a sudden, he's like, "Oh, I want to get a closer look." Okay, tell you the honest truth, there's no closer look. We're as close as you're going to get. We're on a balcony overlooking the freaking ocean. But instead, we get it in our head that we're going to run down to this little beach. And that's what we do. Go running down the beach. And we're all standing there. And all of a sudden, we see these like five little ones come straight at us. And they came in so fast that we all went, and they were gone. And we're like, holy crap, what was that? And he's like, I don't know. And so we're standing there, and we're kind of watching the mothership. That's what we call it anyways. So the mothership's sitting out here, and these things are inland doing whatever they're doing. Now, from what I understand, there was reports on I-5 and 101 in regards to these things, but the government basically called me a liar. And said, "Well, that never happened, blah, blah, blah." You tell me how it didn't happen. You sent jet fighters from Miramar Air Force Base. We could hear the jet fighters long before we saw them. All we heard was, and then you saw like five of them, and they were flying up up the coast. So as they come up the coast and they come in close to us, like, they're coming towards us, mothership's, let's say, 45-degree angle over here. We got the impression, and we all said it at the same time, oh, they've gone back, or they're going back, or whatever. And then all of a sudden, these guys here, the jets, they must have seen the object, because as they came up the coast, they came up in a straight line, flying in formation. And all of a sudden, the whole formation just turned and headed straight for this thing. So now you got 5 jets going straight towards this object. And as we're watching, these jets are getting closer, 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 and all of a sudden, bink, it's gone. And the jet fighters, you could tell that they couldn't see it either. And they split. And then they started doing a square search pattern up and down like this, and then they turned around and went home. So that tells me that, one, they saw this UFO, physically saw it, and it must have been on the radar, because they sent them out in the first place. So they probably had it on radar, but when they got here and they made the banking turn towards it, they saw it. So these pilots all saw this thing. And then, blink, gone. And so that was kind of interesting. So that was just one trip that we did down there, and that was the results of that, which kind of tie into all the future stuff that's occurred in my life, right? We were probably 19, in around there. So it would have been around 82, 80, 81, 81, 82, somewhere in there. No cameras. And that's another thing. We haven't had these phones. Like, I still see things, and, oh, I should have taken a picture of that. You don't, we've got phones now that everybody's got them. But back then, nobody carrying phones around. It was rare to have a picture. It was rare to have a camera handy, when you saw something like that. So all you can do is, it happened because 2 other people saw it with you. So that's the only thing keeps your sanity in those kind of cases. But yeah. So many years later, I've written the book and whatnot, and people said it was a bald-faced lie. Well, that's the same thing as they told me when I was in 2nd grade, too. I wonder if there's more pictures in here. There might be. These might be the ones I'm looking for. I think there's more strangeness in this world. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, nope. Although, check this out. My mom sent me this. When I was 16, was I 16? 15? 15, I guess. So, I was a newspaper carrier for the province newspaper. I don't know how I ended up doing that, but I did. And they had this contest, and the contest was for a trip to Hawaii, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go to Hawaii. I never... And then they said, well, it's $3 for every order you get, and $2 for every weekend order, or something like that. And I was like, yeah, cool, whatever. And then, like a month and a half into a 3-month-long contest, they said, oh, it's like $5 for every weekday order you get, and like $7 for every weekend order, or something like that. And I went, oh, that could be lucrative. So I went out and started selling subscriptions. I'd only been doing it for like 2 weeks, and my supervisor called up and said, Robin, I think you're going to Hawaii. And I'm like, what? He's like, I think you're going to Hawaii. He said, you are so far ahead of everybody. Once we've confirmed that they're real, yeah, nobody's even close to you. Like, and there was yeah, okay, here. Yeah, I knew there was an amount of money. Top carrier salesperson and Bruce Holgate, shown here with his family, has won a trip for himself and his father to Hawaii and $830 cash. I spent the whole thing. And that's, they don't like me in the newspaper, but this one got away with it. That's me. That's my adopted dad and adopted mom. I was like 15 at the time. And there's me and dad in Hawaii. Yay, we made it to the beach. Think I'm overtired? Oh, yeah, just a touch. Are you still here? I guess you are. Yeah, so I mean, I've had a good life. I mean, it's been a hard one, but I wouldn't trade anything that I've seen or had contacts with over the years. I mean, I remember one. I can't remember what happened exactly. I just remember something woke me up, and I look up, and standing at the foot of my bed was an angel, and I'm like, "Holy crap, it's an angel!" And I could hear as clear as day in my head, "No, I am not an angel." And then he said whatever he said, I can't remember, and then he disappeared. But uh, it's too bad I can't actually see your face or talk, um, chat with. Can you talk? Can people talk on here? Can people respond other than writing? Is there a way to do that? I never thought about that. In the old chat rooms, you could respond back. Oh, okay, I'm reading a couple of things that I missed. Uh, your phone had been clear all night, but when you were pulling out the orb pics after the hand and scratches, the phone was going blurry and then clear and then blurry. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Absolutely doesn't surprise me. Actually, I did. I want to go through Ancestry or something like that. Oh, you're not gonna believe this. I already knew. Uh, First of all, I inherited a title, and it's kind of a long story, but um, I don't know if you can see this. I'm not very good. They make it so hard with these things. You have to put your head next to it so you can see if it's going to frickin' show up. Okay, so this is a master deed poll, and if you look way down here at the thing, you can see that it's notarized by an attorney and that it is legitimately real. And it basically says, by this deed of change of name and title made by myself, the undersigned Lord Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate, I absolutely and entirely renounce, relinquish, abandon the use of my former name of Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate and assume, adopt, and determined to take and use from the date hereof the name and title of Lord Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate in substitution for my former name of Robin Ariel Ross St. Clair Holgate. I shall at all times hereinafter all records, deeds, blah, 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 authorize, require all persons, describe, designate, and address me by my adopted name and title. And then that's actually all legit. And and I know there's a lot more to it, to who I am than this. So, like you said, Start with the ancestry thing. Well, I did. Now I gotta try to remember where I put that. I know I have hard copies somewhere. Did I just throw them in a drawer? I don't know. I have. Anyways, it turns out that my DNA on my father's side goes back to the Ottoman Empire. I'm also related to the king of the Netherlands, and I can't remember his name. And he's still alive today. He's second youngest monarch in Europe, and I'm related to him. Related to a number of people. So I got Scottish, so Scots and English and German, all the same royal bloodline, and it goes back to the Ottoman Empire. I did mine through. I would have got more information, except these people are just money hungry. But it came back. Oh, how can I know I have it somewhere? I just have to think. Think, Robin, think. Where did you put it? Because I know I did up, because I'm not very good at remembering all of this, but if I can just figure this out, where did I put it? That's not it. But yeah, when you brought that up, where did I put it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? It's got to be somewhere. Is it in? Where did you put it, Robin? Where did you put it? Where did you put it? In here? Maybe. If you did, I don't know. I got too much paperwork to see if it's in here. Had to have put it somewhere. Couldn't have just put it nowhere. That's another thing. Things seem to go missing or in weird spots or what you think you had. Maybe it's here. Ah, okay. So we got CRI genetics. Anyways, that's the name of it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I've got it. Oh, see? Remember. How neat. Okay, so yeah. Oh, you're obviously highly intelligent and highly open-minded. So I always knew that there's more to my life because of the intervention, because of the harassment, because of the targeting, that if they probably, my genetics wouldn't allow me to play their game. Okay, let me see if I can figure out. So, what becomes interesting is that okay, so based on analysis of your Y DNA passed down to you from your father's side, we discovered several noteworthy individuals belong to your haplogroup, and these individuals include, and it starts out with the Ottoman dynasty, named after Osman I, is one of the longest reigning Y chromosomal lineages in history. It ruled the Ottoman Empire from 1299 to 1922, so it's fairly modern. During much of the empire history, the Sultan was... Now, you got to remember all the European royalty, they're interrelated. All of them. The Sultan was the the absolute regent, head of state, head of government, yet much of the power often shifted to officials, grand vizier, imperial family, deposed power. Sultanate was abolished in 1922 after the Turkish War of Independence. The Republic of Turkey was declared in 1923. Okay, big nifty. So, who else am I related to? Sir Francis Drake, 1540 to 1596. English sea captain, blah, 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 Elizabethan era. Okay, great. Somerled of Argyll. So 1100 to 1164. Military political leader of the Scottish Isles of Norse Gaelic descent. Somerled drove the Vikings out of Scotland, became king of Man and the Isles. So now they're related to another king. He was the founder of Clan Somerhel and the father and the founder of Clan MacDougall and the paternal grandfather of the founder of Clan MacDonald, which includes the MacDonalds and McAllisters. Okay, so there's my Scottish heritage. I always knew I was Scottish. Now, how do you know what you are without having it confirmed? Well, it just keeps getting more and more confirmed. So then you got Mykola the Red Radziwill, 1512, 1584, Count Palatine of Vilnius and Grand Chancellor of Lithuania. Again, royal blood, or, and his son Mykola Radziwill, 1546, 1589, members of the Radziwill family, their princely lineage, originally from Lithuania, who also played an important role in Belarusian, Polish, and German history. Scottish philosopher, historian, and economist David Hume, 1711 to 1776. Okay. Swedish actor Max von Sydow, 1929. Swedish actor, became a French citizen in 2002. Appeared in well over 100 films, TV shows. Recently, Game of Thrones, Star Wars, received the Royal Foundation of Sweden's Cultural Award, blah, blah, blah. Commander d'Art de la whatever in 2005, and the Chevalier de la Légion in 2012. So, okay, so I'm related to him. I'm also related, and I mentioned this to a Muslim guy, and he was not happy. Israeli politician Benjamin Netanyahu, 1949. First Israeli prime minister, born in Israel, establishment of state, but no Jewish blood, none. Elected prime minister of Israel 4 times, matching David Ben-Gurion's record, and Netanyahu is the only prime minister in Israel, blah, 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 blah. Current government, last full term. He'll become the longest serving prime minister in the history of Israel. So I'm related to people who are in power now. No wonder they're coming after me. And they've been coming after me my whole life. And it's got to do with my father. It's got to do with my background. It's got to do with my genetics. And it's got to do with the fact that I will speak the truth. And I would never play their game. Tom Hanks, 1956, American actor, writer, producer. Movies grossed more than $4.5 billion at US, 9.9 billion worldwide. Third highest grossing actor in North America. I'm never going to see that kind of money. 2 Golden Globe Awards, 2 Academy, blah, 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 blah. I received a Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Barack Obama, as well as the French Legion of Honor. Oh, yes, my son received, Bill Clinton, something to do with highest achievement, high school achievement award or something, directly from him with his autograph and everything, which is pretty unusual. He was also in the who's who of high school students for the most improved, something like that. King Willem-Alexander of the Netherlands, 1967, assessed to the throne in 2013, member of the International Olympic Committee, 98 to 2013, chairman of the Advisory Committee on Water to the Dutch Minister of Infrastructure and Environment, chairman of the Secretary General of the United Nations Advisory Board on Water and Sanitation, and he's the second youngest monarch in Europe after Felipe VI of Spain. So directly related, King Willem Alexander, who's in power today. American journalist, television personality Anderson Cooper. Now, Anderson Cooper, when he was doing the big thing on TV and all that, always used to mention that his mom's related to all the European blue bloods. Well, absolutely. And if you're related to one, you're related to all. Strong, 1967, best known for being primary anchor of the CNN news show Anderson Cooper 360. But yeah, he's proud of being one of the elite. So, all of a sudden, I go from nobody and only what I think and what I can show to some definite proof. Even though this is only touching on the fringe, somebody has to be my father. And then somebody has to be my mother. I don't even have any background on that yet, you know. So Ancestry.com might be the way to go. But I'm definitely running out of time. At some point, I'm going to have to just say enough's enough. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of nice to be validated, though. To understand that your sense of being and who you are is true, and it's I believe in honor. I believe in working hard. I'd make a hell of a good king because I care. I give a crap, and I try. I'm not going to say that I'm perfect because I ain't, but whatever I do, I'm going to give it 100% or 110%, and I'm going to try. And I believe in right over wrong. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Don't do it. But our government, they do it anyways because they just don't care. Google does it anyways because they don't care. So yeah, it was interesting that you brought that up. What else? What else? Wasn't there more stuff here? Oh, this is interesting. Okay, you're talking about the phone doing its bleepy thing, and have you tried running your DNA through Ancestry or 23andMe? Yeah, so I remember a very pissed off principal telling me that I was just a liar. I made up stories. And so many years later, those stories are true. And I don't even get any real satisfaction because those who called me the liar don't get to hear the truth. They don't get to hear that they were wrong. Yeah. And in the end, what does it all boil down to? Who knows? But people like you and me just getting to know each other, that's kind of cool. And knowing that there's a lot more out there than meets the eye, right? I see what you mean about the phone. That's weird. But yeah, there's so much out there. If you're wondering what I was doing, I was trying to make a connection to you, but I wasn't getting anything. Are you still here? Oh, okay. Well, if you are here, then you're probably fell asleep. Oh, yes, you are. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know why we stayed out. I've just too much stress. These, all of this has just been so stressful. This whole Google thing. Mm. And all I can do is hope that, like, we get work. And I got good guys, but I work just as hard. 61 years old and moving furniture, moving household goods. But yeah, I mean, think about it. How would it feel to not know when you were really born? Like, what's your birth date? Where were you born? You know, it and knowing that the government just gave it to you, and we were probably about 11, 10, 11, and we snuck into mom's bedroom, and we were going through the desk and stuff to see what's there, and we found birth certificates. And that's when I realized, wait a minute, these things don't match up. Something's not right here. Uh, and that was my first indication that something wasn't kosher. And then I came to the realization, well, if you can change this, then you can change this. Because I already know my name's Robin. I always knew my name was Robin. And people in North America think, oh, well, Robin's a girl's name. Actually, it's not. It's actually an English name and very strongly male. And you got Robin Williams, you got Robin of Locksley, you got, uh, you know, there's a lot of Robins if in England, and you know, so very is only in America that they swapped that to usually girls having it. Yeah, very interesting life, yes. Very interesting life. Because just the socioeconomic changes between, growing up as a kid in the 60s and a teen in the 70s to a young uh, adult in the 80s compared to now. I mean, you look at how much the world's changed in the past 10 years. These kids have no idea what it was like. And, you see on Facebook, oh, uh, when we were sent outside to play, we were sent outside to play. Uh, yes, we drank out of the garden hose. Yes, we came home when the lights, street lights came on. Yeah, we played in big neighborhood gangs. Uh, these kids don't know what it's like to to be social. Mm. I I I wouldn't want to have kids now. Mm-mm. I mean, I think I just barely nicked it in with Garion, you know. Uh, and after that, nah. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. They had no way of contacting us. We had no cell phones. We didn't have pagers. It was like if you were late, whack, 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 you got the whack. You know, I probably got the last strap that was issued in schools, and that doesn't surprise me at all. Now, when I look at my background, because they're always trying to beat me into submission. And I refuse to submit. But don't get me wrong, I can be submissive. But when it comes to reality, no. If it's wrong, I'm going to let you know it's wrong. I it's like Netflix. I don't know if you've watched it yet, but there's a new movie called well, she's laying on the grass looking up. Anyways, I can't remember the name of it, but anyways, I watched it, and they said, "Well, do you like it?" No, I do not, and I hadn't read any of the reviews yet. The reviews are raving, and oh, it's a great movie, blah 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 blah. But it has this issue and this issue and this issue. No, the issue it's got is the fact that we're talking about, okay, yes, the serial stalker got his just deserved in this movie. I'll give you that. So he got his just reward. He got exactly what he deserved. But uh, that fight for life, that stalking, what humans do to humans, that's what bothers me. And that we glorify it. Like my mom, my adopted mom, she's a good right wing Christian. So what kind of books does she read? Murder books, Agatha Christie, murder mystery novels. Why? And if you really go back to the Bible, it says, do not dwell on these things. But it bothers me that all these good Christian people are into horror films, the mayhem, the ripping apart, the zombies, it absolutely blows me away because this is how they are inside. I I have a hard time because it's real. So to make humor or entertainment from something that is real, there are bad people out there. Believe me, my last ex was actually a stalker. So it was her and her group of people that attacked my room, that attacked me, and in the end, I'm still paying for it. But one of the main guys, he passed away, and I told my son, I said, "Oh, did you know that Damon passed away?" And he's like, "What? Oh, good." So, he had no love for him, no compassion. I mean, what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong, and they should all be dead as far as I'm concerned. But karma, or that which will be, will be. But there are bad people, and so it is scary. And it's like, oh, how do you get through pain? How do you get through all of this? Well, this too shall pass, right? So, I mean, they've tried their best. They've tried their best. And I'm still here. And I ain't going nowhere. And yeah, they got a bit of a rise out of me because you weren't here at the beginning of this thing. I got on and I just ranted. I was so fucking pissed at Google. But everything I said was true. Again, why would they shove me 358 miles away from any town? Well, because they don't want me making money. That effectively shut down my Google profile. So, yeah, they knew what they were doing. There's no doubt they knew what they were doing. And then when you tried to explain it to the person in India or the person in Spain or wherever the hell are you getting these people, they don't understand. Totally don't understand. They don't know that 358 miles from Kamloops is the middle of nowhere. And they don't care. They look and go, oh, well, it has to do with relevancy. Oh, yeah. If I call for a moving company, I want somebody close, somebody in Kamloops. So if you put somebody 358 miles away, all of a sudden they're at the bottom of the list. And then if you unverify them, they're even more at the bottom of the list. So yeah, end of story. Definitely targeted, definitely knew what they were doing. And now we just have to wait and see how this is going to play out. And if they want to penalize me, shut down my YouTube, shut down my profile because I spoke the truth, then fuck them. I'll find a way. Because you gotta find a way. There's always got to be a way. But I think, yeah, I think there's a lot more going on than meets the eye too. Because I was, well, let's see. When it comes to ET or any of that, I haven't had anything for years. Not since I moved back in 2013. But then again, I don't use my abilities either because uh, it's not a good idea. And every once in a while you try, but you have to be so careful because people react to it. Uh, those that you see and those that you don't see. But I mean, you're so busy just trying to survive and pay the bills and live day to day. Uh, can't they just leave me alone? Uh, when I first moved here, I had a friend from like uh, at least 15 years prior, and I didn't know where else to go or what to do, so I gave him a call and I said, "Hey, Carl." He's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "So you still in Kamloops?" And he's like, "Yep." And I'm like, "Cool. Uh, I'm in Kamloops. Can I come over?" And he's like, well, I lost my house." And I'm like, "Yeah, so?" He says, "Well, I'm in an apartment." I'm like, "Yeah, so? Okay, cool." Anyways, we got together and then he's like, "Well, why don't you move in here?" And I'm like, because you got a one bedroom and there's like, where would, he's like, "Well, you can have the bedroom because sleep in the living room." I'm like, "Well, that was obvious. Yeah, okay, sure." So, and I mean, and then I became the assistant manager for the building, and for 7 years, I really wasn't harassed. I didn't have it, it was peaceful. And like I told him, I said, "You're my buffer between them and me." And then he died in 2020, and then in 2021 I got attacked, and then all the things that came from that, you know. Uh, stress is probably one of the biggest things, reason for bad teeth and bad health, and as you go through each of these surgeries you lose weight. Like I went from 145, 150 pounds down to 98. At one point I was 98 pounds. And that's when I looked down and went, "Holy crap." Then I was scared. I realized that because of my teeth, because of different things that had happened, and because of Carl's death, because you got everything from emotional to a year later. Okay, so remember, as executor, right? And him not having a will, you've got all of that you're dealing with. So you're dealing with the loss of a friend. You're dealing with all the logistics that go with a death, and so all of that happens, and so that's an emotional toll. And just as you're getting over that, wham, you get hit in the head by some guy who had just moved into the building, and the cops don't do anything. Absolutely nothing. He was never charged. Uh, they, he was drunk. Cops were going to arrest me, for God's sakes. I was the assistant manager, had been for years, right? And never had an issue. And all of a sudden, this guy moves in and there's an issue. So was it targeted? Was he paid? Was he instigated or, uh, influenced to do it? You got a lot of questions. If I'd accidentally died, you think anybody would have cared? No. The elite would have probably been hopping up and down with joy or something. Whatever the situation is, I got more questions than answers, and the more answers you find, the more questions you got. But the less I totally worry about it either. It's like after I wrote the book, everything's kind of haphazard. Like I can't remember everything. When I wrote the book, I just sat 2 week period. I was working a job, security, night security, on a job, and all I had to do was patrol like once every couple hours or something. I just drove around and park, and so I had plenty of time. So I decided, okay, I'm going to write the book, and I don't ask me how I freehanded it, and each night it just kept going and going and going and going and going. Now you tell me how you can write an entire book, uh, and have it make sense from beginning to end. I have no idea. I'm not. I'm not an author. I don't want to be a book writer. I don't want to be right. Uh, and after the book was completely done, and first of all, people said, "Well, you're never going to write the book," blah 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 blah, because they'd heard me talking in my room. Well, one day I was able to say, "Well, it's almost done. There's something missing at the end, but it's almost done." And that ending was Nostradamus' prophecy, or his nephew's prophecy. They're not really sure, but it has to do with Robert de Bruce. Now it becomes interesting because he was never known, Robert de Bruce was never known as Robin de Bruce. And there was mention of Robin de Bruce, Robin from Bruce. So isn't it interesting that I'm Robin, I'm Bruce, I'm Robin? And scholars are still fighting over this quatrains as to whether they're present day or have already occurred. I can 100% tell you they are modern. How I fit in, I'm not really sure. Don't really know and don't really care. Because as far as I'm concerned, I wrote the book. They said it'd never be written, and it was written. They said it would never be published, so I published it myself. 1,500 copies are out there. I gave it with a money back guarantee. If for any reason this book went against a political, personal, or religious belief, send me a letter. Let me know how it goes, how you believe it goes against that belief, because I'm curious, and I'll refund your money. Not one. Most expensive book, $86. New Zealand, the exchange rate, shipping, blah 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 blah. By the time it was done, it was like $86 or something like that. That's that's what it cost her. But not one book ever got returned. Not one. And there are the odd people that I've come across who have a book or maybe even two, and I haven't been able to get them to give me a copy or even pull it apart and photocopy it or anything. So I guess it's not meant to be. But the neat thing is that's no longer there, right? Because it's all flowed out. So it comes in bits and pieces as I'm talking and something triggers it. Oh, I did have copies. Just say the government. I should have kept the copy like on me, but say I should have known better because I tell people, do not give it away. Don't loan it. Don't sit it down. Not if you want to keep it, because it will disappear. So because let's just say everything was in my trailer, I was coming back to Canada, and it could have been my Pathfinder, but it was the trailer that got wiped out. They basically tried to stop me from crossing into California, and they spike stripped the road, and they missed the Pathfinder, but they nailed the trailer. And at 110 degrees, whatever the hell it was, and no air conditioning, I couldn't think. All I could do was stand there looking at the flat tires going, what do I do now? And it took quite a while, and I opened the door to go in, and it was just a wave of heat blew out, and I was like, oh God, no. And so I couldn't think, and then it finally dawned on me, well, I can drop the trailer and just leave the trailer here. And that's what I ended up doing. And then I tried to get a tow truck to go back, but Arizona and California, neither one would do it. So I just left and ran for Canada. So they exiled me in Canada when I was young, and they exiled me back. So they wanted me in Canada, and they made me, how would I explain this? Once I got Vicky's letter, and the consular agent, or whatever his name was, Michael Chang, he had all his information. They were like, okay, well, I applied for my passport based on that, and then they gave me a call 2 weeks later. As a matter of fact, when I talked to my adopted aunt and I told her what was going on and all of this, she said, oh, hell no. Robin, you're not going to see no passport. And yet 2 weeks later, which is incredibly fast timing from the time I applied for it, I had it. They called me up and said, come get your passport. I went down, and they're like, do you have $125 or whatever the hell it was? And I'm like, yes, sir. And they're like, okay, well, here's your passport, and you know you've been an American since birth, right? Huh! How come the Canadian adopted parents, school system, religious people did everything in their power to keep me from knowing that? You've been an American citizen since birth. Lying pieces of shit. So I was like in my 30s at that time. Half my life. Yeah. And then I run into bad people in the States through the chat room and all of that. And then I'm exiled back to Canada. And I mean, the cost of living in the States is a lot better than the cost of living in Canada. It also isn't as cold depending on where you are. Like I said, I'll never go east of the Rockies again. Yuck. Ever. Never, never, never. Yeah, it's been a hard, tough, weird life. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I mean, I grew up in a family that we don't talk to each other. We're not a family. I talk to my mom on the phone once in a while and tell her I love her, and that's it. Uh, you know, I got two brothers and a sister, and yeah, whatever. Yeah, we're not family. At 15 and a half, I left home. Came back because I was still too young, and at 16, I left again and never came back. I joined the military. Yeah. And even my biological family, like John said, you know, I just wanted to meet you, but that's it. We're not going to see each other after this. So he knows stuff, you know. He knows about the ET connection. He knows about mom. He knows about the government. He knows, you know. Yeah. But why can't they just leave me alone? That would just be so much easier. And they forced me into this stressful situation because for the past 10 years, I've had no choice but, well, 11 years now, I guess, I had no choice but to continue and try to survive. And then maybe in the future I can hop over to Europe or something. I don't know. And even in this day and age, it's become so hard to meet people, hasn't it? Uh, I don't go to the bar. I wouldn't go to the bar anyways, probably get stabbed. I mean, it's just, I mean, a city council guy gets stabbed coming out of a bar just down the block. So, I mean, yeah, and he was in his early 40s, I guess. Don't know what happened. Don't care. Don't want to know. But that's what happens. Uh, so you don't go to bars because, well, if you go to bars, what does the court say? If you get involved in a fight, oh, you were there, you wanted to fight, you were drunk, you know, whatever. Uh, there's always an excuse why it's okay to attack Robin, but it's not okay for Robin to retaliate and defend himself. And certainly don't attack first, Robin, because then you go to prison for life. So I don't know. Like this guy attacked me, I never touched him. Never touched him. And he weighs probably 240, 260 pounds. A big guy. Older than me, but oh man, he can wallop. And every time I turned, he just dropped to the ground. I mean, he was like a bear. It's not like you could. And even if I could, all I could do is defend myself. And then, like I told the cop, I said I never even touched him. And after he attacked me, then he attacked me again when I tried to re-enter my house and actually forced his way into my house. So not only has he attacked me and assaulted me and caused bodily harm, and what is it when you force your way into a house? There was a number of charges. Did they? No, not at all. But they fixed my eye pretty quick. And the end result is I don't wear glasses. But I don't know if I need reading glasses to read a lot of small stuff. Like if I'm reading a book, I mean, I can read this stuff. This is okay. I can read that. I can read some of that. I can read most of this. But when the writing gets small, then it's a little bit harder. I don't know. I spent my whole life wearing glasses, taking them off to read, putting them off on to do everything else, and now I every once in a while, especially when I got my reading glasses in my hand, I'll put them on and go, oh, fuck. Because they're just magnifying glasses. You can't see any kind of distance, right? And it's like, so it's completely reversed to the way I spent my whole life. Uh, I need to read small stuff, and I don't need glasses for anything else. So it was that positive. Yeah, one way it was. I thought I might lose my abilities. Actually, I talked about that in my room years back about our astigmatism and how that actually helped our night vision and may have been somehow linked to our abilities. Well, it's a good thing it wasn't because from what I can what I can feel and what I have attempted, it would appear that this hasn't changed my uh, ability, um, but I can't say 100% either. So I don't think it has. At least I'm gonna say don't think so. But maybe that was a test too. See, Robin doesn't know everything. Robin knows some things, and then he has to kind of. Because I remember when I was in the military, I used to take my classes off for night maneuvers. I just take them off. Run down the trail, I could see everything and hear these other people that are crashing over things and smashing away, and I could just. It was like I don't know. I could see up close, right? So I could see the trail. I could see like right here. That's all I needed to see, right? So that you're not tripping over stumps and roots and stuff like that. But again, to see distance, I'd have to put my glasses back on. Uh, so you base a lot of what you think or your theories or concepts on what you know. So you know this and this. And if you take these facts and you put them together, then it makes sense that it might do this or does do this, right? But that's what I'm theorizing, not what I know, or not that what I can prove. So, and now I am so stressed out and I'm so worried about this whole Google thing because that that what if we get no more calls? I mean, that the rate from what I'm seeing, we're not going to. I mean, I can only find it because I know the name. Nobody's going to look for the name. Nobody's going to look for Robin Ariel Transport. They're going to look for moving companies. And then they go, oh, easy moving, lightning, uh, whatever. But how do you pronounce your name? Leshandra? I think that's how you pronounce it. Oh, absolutely, you should have been. Absolutely. And had I done that, like I said, I would have been in prison for life. it's it makes it hard to yeah, it just makes it hard. I don't even know what I'm doing today because yesterday did the job and then I thought, well, I'll come home and I'll go to bed early and I'll relax and da da da, and then it just got stressful once I saw that, and then I got on the phone and I somehow got a hold of somebody through Google Maps, and I was able to talk to him, but he only made things worse. And then I ended up having to try twice or three times to get another email through to get them to start working on it. So they're supposedly they're working on it. So whatever, go find themselves. They got at least two letters and one phone call. So and they fucked it up worse than before. So I mean that it was deliberately it was deliberately hidden. It's just like my book. Okay, the book was hidden, doesn't exist, and yet those that I swore I was going to come back to this town and I was going to haunt. When I pass, I'm coming back here and I'm haunting you and your fucking courthouse and your fucking judge and your fucking people and your fucking probation officers. I'm gonna fucking haunt every last fucking one of you. And he thought, whoa, 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 hold on, Robin, what are you talking about? I had nothing to do with this. And I said, yeah, you did. You're part of the system that allowed this to happen, and you know I'm fucking innocent. So yeah. Turns out he was actually a pretty nice guy, and I kind of went overboard, but yeah, he was worried. Uh, the interesting part about that is that he actually stopped them from being able to once again fabricate and frame and set me up. And so that become, and then 2 weeks after he He said, no, this ain't happening on my watch. So he basically saved my ass that time. But then he knocks on my door and tells me he quit. I find out later he was a sheriff's son, so somebody probably forced him to. I said, well, yeah, great. You know, you, we just start to understand each other, and you're fucking leaving? Who's going to protect me? And he's like, yeah, but Robin, I can't do this. I just can't do this. And I said, yeah, what, you got a better job. What, you working for the sheriff's now? And he's like, no, Robin, I'm telling you, I got no job. I got nothing lined up. I just refuse to be part of this. I'm not doing it. He said, I just wanted to let you know before he found out from someone else. So, so there are good people. There are good people. But more bad ones than good ones. That's all I know. That's all. But then that doesn't surprise me. I mean, the fact that people watch these horror shows and blood and mayhem and all that good stuff, it kind of tells me where their brains are at. I mean, there's people that think it's just good fun or whatever, but I don't understand it. And that's another thing. And it's the same with my son. We trying to understand the social behaviors and norms of people. I mean, it took a long time. Oh, actually, it took years and years and years. And you're probably bored crazy, but you're maybe, I don't know, totally. But anyways, it took a long time to understand that when people said, "Oh, morning, Robin. How are you today?" "Oh, I'm good, thank you. How are you?" "Oh, good. Oh, good." And that's it. That's all they want to hear. Nothing more. They don't want to hear how you are today. And that's sad. But I've learned. Smile. If you're anywhere in a positive mood, just say, "I'm good, thanks. Have a good day." Because that's all they want to hear. Don't you think that's a little sad? Chandrea. Chandri? Or Sean Drea, right? So Chandria? Yeah. Yeah, Chandria. Yeah, that's how you do it. Chandria. Yeah. I got it. I got it. I'm sorry for rambling on, but I am 100% overtired. The fact that you are listening and I'm able to kind of just ramble on and get some of this weight off my shoulders, it's actually been very nice. It is really too bad that you can't interact on this. I really wish there was a mic system, where you can talk. Like I don't understand. Again, they took away that ability because people talked about the wrong things. They talked about hope, contact, ETs, orbs, yeah, all kinds of things. And I don't put anything past what reality is. I've seen light beings, physical beings. People talk about ghosts. You can absolutely understand how that's possible. One thing is they can hurt this body. They can even, well, it doesn't even matter if they do because eventually this body is going to run out. But me, my life, my soul, my energy, it just opens up a whole brave new world and a new ability. These people know that when you pass away, your soul continues to exist. And that's why people can astral plane. They can leave their body and go somewhere else. The only problem with that is it can be dangerous. And you could technically get lost. So it's probably not a great idea. I'll tell you a story. And this is right around the time that we had our contact, if you will, or a visit. What am I looking for? Right. So, like I said, targeted, right? And who does the targeting? Well, it's always just somebody. In this case, it was two very young, well, I'd say they were in their probably 20s, very alpha male, and they lived upstairs. And I don't know how they got involved. Oh, I know what it was. We just moved into that apartment. We had just moved here from the States. And a gun hit the ground outside of our window. I mean, so it came from up above. And I saw it drop and hit the ground. I yelled, gun, and me and Gary just hit the floor. Like, we're out of here. And this guy jumps down, grabs it, leaves. Okay. It doesn't matter whether it was a real gun. Doesn't matter whether it was a BB gun. It was a gun. Good enough. You know? And that's how we ended up. That was our first contact with these guys, because they must have heard us and saw us hit the ground like that. So we had a shepherd dog too, who was security trained. So that had a bit of a problem with him. But anyways, or actually, it was a she. It was the Princess Leia von Kloppenberg. That was her name. So I don't know. Somehow it started to escalate. My son would go out, and they would kind of go out and intimidate him, and then he'd come back in or whatever. Blah blah blah. And things were just getting a little bit worse. So I went out. I don't know, something to do with a knife, and they got a bigger one or something. And I can't remember exactly, but the intimidation was growing. And one day I was in the apartment, and Peter was making coffee, and Gary was at the table. And I said, that's it. I'm done. I'm going up there. And both of them looked at me. Dad, you can't go up there. I said, I don't mean like that. And the next thing, I wasn't in my body. I was in their hallway. And I'm standing in their hallway. And I kind of went, okay. And the bathroom was to my left. This guy comes out of the bathroom, and he stops, kind of looks right at me. And he's got it. Yeah, that's right. That ashtray in one hand. He just come out of the bathroom. He looks straight at me, like, what? And then he walks into the living room and looks down at his buddy lying on the couch, and he's asleep. And the guy gets a funny fucking look on his face, and then poof, I'm back in my body. I don't even know how long it was. Like, how long did this take? What exactly happened? And I told I looked at my son and I said, well, that was interesting. I explained what I saw when I was there. And I said, this is either going to change everything or it ain't going to do nothing. I don't know. Let's just wait and see what happens. So, rather than allow them to intimidate us, as soon as the mail person came, we knew they'd be coming down the stairs to get their mail. So, I opened the door. So now I'm standing. We got a line, right? Let's say this is the door. There's where the door would close. There's my line. And I just walked up there and I stood there, my arms crossed, and I just stood there. And right across the hall was the mailboxes. And I just stood there. These guys come downstairs, clomp, 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 with their big boots, right? He comes down, he runs, kind of runs downstairs and gets to his mailbox. And he looks at me. And his hand was shaking so bad he could barely get the key in the lock. And he gets his mail out and he shoots up the stairs. He's gone. And I said, well, seems to have done something, didn't it? Well, it would appear that what he saw maybe wasn't human. Because I'm not a big guy. Even if the three of us, if we were inclined, what could we do? Right? You just yell, there'd be two of them. So, and I mean, if you're young and you're a fighter, then that's going to override, you know what I mean. I mean, I was worried, but I wanted to show that we were standing up for whatever, and we weren't going to put up with this anymore. He shoots up the stairs. 3 days later, they've moved. They're gone. They were just bloody gone. And about 2 weeks after that, and it was a long time after that before I analyzed the whole situation and kind of figured out what happened. So we go up to the restaurant. There's the Caribou here in Kamloops, and it's long gone. But it was a great place to hang out. The Chinese people were awesome, and they let us have a cigarette, and we'd sit there and have our coffee, and they didn't mind if we had lots of coffee. So anyways, we go in, and she seats us. Where does she seat us? By the time we realized, so it was me and Gary and his friend Peter. Well, before we could realize where we were, those two and a big extended family of like-minded people, so anywhere from 10, 12 people at the big table. They had a bunch of tables pulled together, and they're all like... I looked at my son and said, don't look. Don't even look at him. Just don't look at him. Just ignore him. And we don't see nothing. We don't hear nothing. Whose flying saucer is parked in the parking lot? All our heads swivel, and we just beat it right on this guy. They all kind of get up, and they all left. Where did any of that come from? Don't know. So now thinking back, remember how I said the genetics have, so the extraterrestrial, sentient, intelligent beings, their genetics have entered into the human genome as well. So there's hybrids, tribrids, indigos, starseeds, and probably a bunch I don't even know about anymore. And how many species and their and what are these hybrids and things capable of. Everyone's going to be, going to have different abilities, or whether, anyways. So I said, Garion, I think that when he looked at me, I don't think he saw a human. I don't. I think he saw a gray. And in actuality, I don't even think he saw a gray, because even though they're short and they're look kind of friendly and they got big eyes, and you think you might be able to hug them, those aren't the bad. Those those aren't the ones you got to worry about. There's these spony type. They've got their leg comes down and it goes backwards, so it's jointed backwards. It's looking like a grasshopper. So they got these kind of legs that can bend backwards. That means they can jump, and they're the ones with the talons. The little grays don't have talons. These Esponi do, and the Esponies are the warrior protectors. So I mean, there's, like I said, there's 5 subspecies, and I would say they're fairly highly intelligent too. So yeah, and I think that's what he saw. And like I've always said, I am capable of defending myself. I choose not to, because I'm afraid of what could happen. And so that kind of leaves me in a spot too, right? If you can't protect yourself, because society or the police or whoever's in charge won't let me. You know what I'm saying? If I respond, I'm the one that gets beat down. It's my fault. Even if I did nothing, which I did nothing, it still comes down on me. So you can't win. And humans are a funny species, I think. You can't win. You can't. I can't even figure out what they want. Like, what do they want from me? And why don't you just take it and be done with it? Because lifetime of this bullshit is exactly that, bullshit. But I mean, we try to touch individuals too. Like, I know my book has changed lives. I had this one lady, and she come in the chat room. She'd already bought a book, and I already sent it to her. And she says, Robin, I haven't got my book yet. It's been like 2 weeks, and I should have had it. And I said, yeah, okay. Well, tell you what, give it a week, and no book, and I'll send you another one. Okay. A couple days later, Robin, I got my book. And I said, where was it? She said, under my son's pillow. And actually, he wouldn't let me read it until he finished. So he'd found it before her, and that was it. That's what the book does, because it's truthful. It doesn't have all the answers, believe me. Probably got more questions than answers. But it's enough. It's enough for people to realize that we don't need to be the way we are. I used to think we could change prophecy. Now I know we can't. Because humans will not change. They will not do what's right. They won't. The elite at the top won't let them. The ones at the bottom, they're violent. Look at anything that happens. Violence, 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 violence. And then there's the lost ones, the ones that are on drugs and completely gone because they have no other way of dealing with reality. So, yeah, we could all help each other. We could all be families, and just we could do a lot better than we're doing. We don't. So I've given up on the human race, on the human species. I really have. I make no bones about it now. I just, what is. Is as is. It isn't going to change. There's nothing. You can't change prophecy because they're going to make prophecy happen. They've already imitated uh, in the new millennium. They've already dictated the 2000s, the 2010, 2020s. And they've already got the plan, which is the same as the last century, the 2030s and the 2040s. So if they stick to that timeline, that means that we don't get back to a decent, uh, everybody working, everybody having fun, everybody having enough money to buy a house and buy a car or do whatever. That's not going to happen until at least 1950s or late 40s, you know, because, well, war ended in 45. So, yeah, no, I mean, think about it. You had Spanish flu, they had COVID, and they just created their own. At least the Spanish flu was somewhat of of a natural occurrence. COVID was strictly dumped on us. They created it, and then they wanted to see how far they could go. So I was part of that convoy for a short period. Uh, if I could have, I probably would have gone all the way to Ottawa. Those shots were dangerous. And then it turns out, at the end, again, what do we find out? We find out the truth. It was all lies. All of it. And what they actually did was poison us all. Great, wonderful. I'm glad I didn't get that booster. I got two vaccinations. Only because I own my own business, and in order to travel, in order to travel out of province, in order to even travel to another town, we had to be vaccinated. Well, at least that's what they forced us to do. And I told them I was doing it under duress. I'm not buying into this. And then when they got to the booster, I said, hell no, 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 no. And how many boosters have they had since? Oh, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12. And people dropping like flies. 13 years old, playing basketball. 20-year-old baseball player. You know, all these different athletes in prime health. Boom, dropping like flies. It wasn't COVID. It was like I told Carl how many times over. Are you getting the flu shot? Don't. Every time you get the flu shot, you get sick. Well, I don't get as sick as I would have get. Well, that's because that's what they tell you. If you don't take the shot, you won't get sick. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let me actually put on my reading glass. It'll be easier for me to read. Not even just. It's hard to read that print. Let's do this. These are, I just picked these up in Value Village and went, oh, they work. Oh, yeah, look at that. Right, you're right. The glorification of those behaviors, yeah, absolutely. They seem to uh, relish in that for some reason. Oh, I'm way overtired. I think I've had 2 hours sleep, and that was yesterday. Well, last night sometime. Not this night, but last night. And then I always worry about the job we're doing and how it's going to turn out, and are the people going to be nice, and are they going to be happy when we're done, and so, and then we get it done, and then, like I said, Google totally screwed up. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. On all of this is kind of everything is connected, right? All of the universe, every molecule, it's all kind of. Oh, we would absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually know a number of people that have passed away since they got the shots. Uh, I can't believe that they did it to us. But okay, knowing that they did that to us just shows that what I'm talking about me, is not out of the realm of possibility. If they do this to the population, and I used to tell people to think for themselves and to be honest, and and to stand up for what they believe in. Oh well, it's probably a mistake, but yeah, if they do this to the population, and we're not even talking about chemtrails, we're not talking about, you know, Tesla cars, Tesla robots, Tesla, we're going to run away to Mars. Are you really kidding me? You go to dead planet. Plus, you can't even get off and through the Van Allen belt. Like, we've never been to the moon. Period. We have not been to the moon. The whole thing was a lie. The whole thing was bullshit. And, oh, that's not possible, Robin, because we have to believe what we were. Oh, really? COVID. Believe what you want. Whole thing was fabricated in a lab and then passed off to the rest of the population worldwide. How wonderful was that? So, yeah, no. And then they lied about it, lied about it, lied about it, lied about it, and still continue to lie about it. So, have they been to the moon? The answer is no. And just ask yourself the question. Ah, just a way of knowing, yes. I used to say that a lot. It's just a way of knowing. So, ask yourself the question. And if you answer it, it's probably true. It's probably the correct answer. So, ask yourself, have they been to the moon? No. And that's just my question. No, they haven't. And then you can pick apart all their stuff. Well, how do we get through the Van Allen belt in the 60s and 70s? And then we lose the technology and now we can't get through the Van Allen belt? Really? With all this modern equipment and knowledge and AI and computers and this and that, and we've never been to the fucking moon. Nice studio program, I mean, they've even admitted that they did that as a backup in case they didn't have footage. Well, of course you couldn't have footage. You couldn't get those angle shots on the moon anyways. Oh, but well, the camera was over here. Right? No, it wasn't. And this was it, it's just you just it's not true. They fight too hard to prove it, and not one astronaut has ever said yes. I absolutely 100% put my hand on the Bible, stood on the moon. Not one of them. So, yeah. Why don't they just come clean? Yeah, they're talking about going to Mars, setting up a colony. Oh yeah, Maui, that whole yeah. Well, weather modification, that's also a lot of what's been going on. Weather modification, And then people, the violence you're seeing, a lot of that is aluminum and barium being pushed. So they've been attacking the major population. They've been attacking both their brain, their cognitive reasoning, their cognitive behavior, and they've been targeting their memories and their immune systems. Barium acts on the T cells and inhibits immunity. So, yeah. So I mean, it just goes on. And then the further you look, the further down the rabbit hole you get. That's why I try to keep things simple. Like, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to go do all the research to try, to say on this day and this day and this day and this and whatever. And so it couldn't have possibly happened. I don't know. I don't care. Point is, have humans been on the moon? The answer, no. Good enough for me. You know? And before, I used to say, I believe what they told me. Oh, here's a kicker. When I was a kid, I never saw the moon landing. And yet that was a huge thing. And what was that, 1968? So I would have been 5. Nope. We barely got to watch TV. And I sure as hell never got to watch Star Trek. Because I remember I was about maybe 11 or 12. And went over to my friend's house. And he would, want to watch Star Trek? And I'm like, what's Star Trek? I didn't have a clue. Never seen it. Because Mom didn't like anything to do with space. Well, why? Well, because somebody told her not to. So my whole life has been kind of manipulated around triggering memory, anything to do with space, right? I mean, who the hell at 12 or maybe even 13 doesn't know what Star Trek was? And most people would have seen the moon landing just because. I mean, it was such a big thing. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do today. Absolutely don't. I don't even know what that's Tuesday? Yeah, must be Tuesday. That's right, Monday we had the job. Look at that. Clear, clear sky. Look at that. Holy shit. Look at that. Beautiful stars. And cold. And then it'll cloud over. Okay, it rains, got cold, sky clears, drops the temperature. That's another thing they've been doing. They've been weather modification. They've been keeping the temperatures down as much as they can. And then when it gets too low, then they raise it up a little bit. They just let the sun out for a day. Then as soon as the temperature warms up slightly, they drop it again. And you say, well, that's kind of crazy, Robin. They're going to modify the weather that extreme. Yeah, they've been doing it for years. As a matter of fact, I remember when I was a kid delivering the province newspaper, and front page news said Russians state that they can control the weather. And then there's a whole write-up on Russians saying they could manipulate the weather and cause hurricanes and things. And yeah, I remember that. That was probably, I don't even remember what year that would have been. And I was an avid reader from the time as a child, for sure. Once I learned how to read, man, read everything. Oh, missing time as a kid, yeah. That happened a lot. Be on my paper route, cut through the bush, the forest, to get from one side to the other, and, well, fall asleep. And my dad said one time, I had to go looking for me. I was curled up on one of my customers' porch, asleep. So another time, I was able to walk up on a wild rabbit and just pick him up. Brought him home, put him in the cage with my tame rabbit. Well, that didn't work out too good. Yeah, that did not turn out too good at all. You ever heard two rabbits go at it? Well, by the time we pulled them apart, we were all scratched up. That was a mistake. Dad goes, yeah, they're both males, Robert. Or actually, Bruce. At that time, it would have been Bruce. I always hated that name. Absolutely hated it. And I knew that Keith had gotten my name. What else they got in here? Oh, got all kinds of stuff. They got sketch, silver screen, sepia, 8mm. Back in the day, do you remember these old? I remember these things. Dad, Mom and Dad took a lot of videos. So I think my sister got them, or one of my brothers. And the projector. Be kind of neat. I should actually let you go. Because it is kind of one-sided. And I don't even know how long we've been on, but I think I'm running out of power too. Oh, 14%. So I'm going to say goodnight. Thank you so much for listening. I was able to just kind of meander through my memories or whatever and pop up. I hope... Oh, you collect them? That's awesome. Yeah, I used to like the old Brownings. When I was a kid, I collected cameras. Old ones that didn't work. Oh, you're very welcome. I have no idea what I'm doing today, but I think I'm planning on doing nothing, and Google will probably call, and I won't answer the phone. And then they'll probably just leave me off in La La Land somewhere. I don't even know what to think. But yeah, it has to be deliberate, and it's felt deliberate. You know how, I don't know how to explain it, but you can feel when you're under attack, and this, over the past few weeks, it's felt like one thing after another. Oh, our jobs have gone well though. And my guys have been happy and positive, and yeah, that was all great. But now we got nothing. We've got nothing scheduled. So that's not it. And why don't we have anything scheduled? Because for the past couple of weeks, they've screwed up our Google. Very well done. So we'll have to see where that goes. I'm going to say goodnight. I hope I'll probably throw up one day and maybe play a little keyboard or guitar or something. But I appreciate you allowing me to ramble on and kind of, because I'm trying to put it all together too, and understand it. I don't understand all of it. Some of it obviously. I mean, do I believe that sentient, intelligent, biological life exists other than human? Absolutely. And we're not talking animals. We're talking not from Earth, alien as in out there. Yeah, I absolutely know they do. And I know the Bible talked about it, and I know that history talks about it, and I've had the opportunity, for whatever reason, to actually interact. So in that way, do I believe that we're still waiting first contact? No. And what they don't understand, when I'm talking about our elites and our scientists and those who think they're in power, is that they believe that they can control who is contacted, and it doesn't work like that. Very similar to um, what was that movie with the mountaintop and something of a third kind? Uh, Yeah, okay, UFOs. Now, what is a UFO? Well, a UFO is an unidentified flying object. In other words, if I can't identify it, then I can call it a UFO because I can't identify it. But Mr. Air Force Captain here might be able to identify it. Therefore, it's not a UFO because it's now been identified. But do I believe that these ships exist? Absolutely. And now you're looking at Skinwalker Ranch and they're saying, oh, there could be one buried underneath here, and there could be one buried here, and there could be one buried there. And I'm not totally buying into all of this, but I think they're going to utilize extraterrestrials, aliens as the enemy. And that way they can use fear and intimidation and a common enemy to bring a one world order. Uh, you know, People are willing to give up their freedoms for security. So instead of thinking it through themselves and realizing that there's, well, third kind or fourth kind, yeah. I don't trust our governments, not at all, not at all. But and in all mythology and in all religions, there's some truth. There's no one religion of truth. So when you look at all of the mythology around extraterrestrials and so on and so forth, we've only got bits and pieces, we've only got partials. But I know that I have looked straight at them. So I know they exist. And I know that they're flesh and blood. Uh, I don't know what to say about our governments. I mean, and they're getting greedier. The individuals in government are just they're getting blatantly greedy here. Unbelievable. And they're just being so blatant about it. Like there's no honor. I'm just going to ask you a question. This has to do with the color red, and I'm thinking you have a red car. Just a yes or no. Uh, but it's, yeah, something to do with red. That's about all I can get. Or red has an impact today or in the last few hours. Something to do with red. But it's still hard to get a direct link because I've got nothing really to go off of. And I'm sure that these things are. First car was red. Is there anything in the last few hours that have something to do with red? And I just keep coming up with red. And I've got red hair a couple of times, but I don't think that's it. Not that you can think of, no. Well, like I said, it's pretty hard to try to make a connection through here because you don't have a voice, and it's kind of like a disembodied. And I'm not even exactly sure how this thing works, this YouTube live video thing. I had a red Gremlin. That was one of my favorite cars. Yeah, red Gremlin. I remember that. It was one of my favorite cars. Yeah, it's going to be a cold. I think well, it might be sunny. I don't know. It's hard to say what it's going to do. Looks like it could be a sunny day. I mean, the stars are all out. Alexa, what's the weather today?
The current temperature is 36 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly clear skies. Today's forecast has intermittent clouds, with a high of 50 degrees and a low of 35
We're still going to reach 50 today, so they're saying. So Google says, anyways. Okay, I really should shut this thing off before the phone dies. So I'm going to say bye-bye. It's been really nice chatting with you. And I really appreciate you hanging around. Like I said, I just don't know. They kind of kicked the crap out of me in the last few days over this Google thing. I didn't worry about it much because we had work to do anyways. You know, that was done like a month ago. And we haven't got, like people schedule in advance and then you got to go do it. Doesn't matter what you feel like, doesn't matter. You just got to go and do it. And, you hope that people told you the truth. And sometimes they don't. Sometimes they lie. I only got a few items. You get there and you got a truck and a half. You're like, what the hell? I guess a few items compared to what? I don't know. Other times people are like right on. I think we, took 2 hours today. Nice quick job. She was totally 100% right. Okay, good night. Good day. We will chat again. It was nice chatting with you too. And yeah, you did kind of take my mind off of it. Yeah, good luck with with Google. Yeah, well, I think that's what we need. Maybe what I need to do is just tell them to go to hell. Tell them, look, do whatever the fuck you want. If you think you can shut me down, then so be it. And 10 years of my life, 10 years of working my ass off to build a reputable company, and this is what you've done to me in no time flat. So, yeah, I don't know what else I can say except just keep moving on and find other ways to do it. I wish we weren't so reliant on this technology. It's not good. It's like being reliant. When you get a Tesla car, I'm not gonna be happy with it. I can tell you right now. If I hear error, 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 and the door's locked, man, I'm kicking my way out. Okay, good night, good day, and we will see you again. I hope. And somebody I think was in here just listening. There's two people. Oh, two people. That's probably you and me, right? Good night. I'm gonna hit the X button now. So see y'all later. Unless you want to stop streaming, yes. Okay.